What's up, motherfuckers? Whoa. Okay. Uh-huh. Hell yeah.
Okay, this is going to be a rough one, guys. He was an Iraq war vet, 2 American flags in the back of his trunk, and he's a very conservative coded shooter. But we haven't talked about the bullets yet, okay? We haven't talked about the bullets yet. Please, God. There was a Trump sign in his yard. It could have been ironic. At the end of the day, we can also just say he was crazy. So we've always got that.
Mm-hmm.
Trump calls for an end to violence without mentioning the left. I have been briefed on the horrendous shooting that took place at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan. The FBI was immediately on scene and will be leading the federal investigation and providing full support to state and local officials. The suspect is dead. But there's still a lot to learn. Oh my God! Because they found the flags and everything immediately. This appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States of America. The Trump administration will keep them posted, as we always do. In the meantime, pray for the victims and their families. This epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately. Oh my God. Not the Christians.
Shit. Wait a second. Are they really ending because of the Joe Rogan podcast?
Just so everybody knows, I'm breathing in fumes right now.
Oh, because I had to start the beast up?
That's correct.
I had to start the beast up?
Yeah, I love that. Because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high.
That's what those fans are.
I've gotten to do amazing things. I bought 5 of my friends' houses. You know, I've got to help Brendan when Brendan needed help. You know, I've got to like be there for my friends.
Love help with my mortgage and my home. Love that.
You just really need it, bro. I need to feel. I need to feel. Bring it, Brian. I need to feel that you really need it.
She's so much stronger than Brian.
But I mean, Brian, if you could,
Brian could do that.
Brian
yeah,
can't
just
do that.
like this.
Not a chance.
She did hold it up though, so that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I don't like this podcast. It's shit podcast right now.
Here's some bodies for you,
I
Brian.
want to quit right now. Oh, there we go.
Every
What
week,
up?
Brian Calloway.
What's going on, Pixie? I'm trying to recover from some gummy bears last night. I'm kind of working through some shit. Woo! I'm blue. Yes, you are, girl. Yes, you are.
Allen gets closer and closer to walking out on Brendan Schaub and quitting The Fighter and the Kid. We've passed the low-energy phase of the podcast. Now we've moved into Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the thick boy empire by getting rich dudes on the show and begging them for money. I honestly didn't think they would last this long when they moved to Texas, but now it looks like they're running on fumes. Literally. But I'll get to their latest guest, Aubrey Marcus, in a moment. For those of you who don't know who he is, he's one of Papa Rogan's former business partners, the guy who founded Onnit. He brought on tall and funny scientist Joe Rogan to collaborate on the now infamous Alpha Brain supplement and then sold the whole company to global personal care corporation Unilever during the pandemic for over
Bro. Bro, those are damn. Dude. Like, look. I used to be able to do like when I was back in America, I used to do like 2,000 milligrams and I would just walk through it. I only did like 200 milligrams, and that shit was like, dude, I felt the soul leave my body last. Like, I was straight up in a massive battle with myself, trying to motivate myself to get off the couch. Like, dude, and I was losing. What dosage in arm? Why are you selling whole bears? Yeah, dude. So I think maybe America lies about the milligram percentages that they have, because dude, this 200 fucking nuked me into oblivion, brother. I also while we were in Yorkton, we went and stopped in a horror story time. Oh shit. Look, I do have a really funny story about the first time I did edibles. It's not like the most appropriate, but it's fucking hilarious to me. At least to me, man. And yes, I have an energy drink. Tell us. All right, dude, look. So, the first time I did edibles, I didn't even smoke weed at the time, all right? I didn't really get into weed until I was like 33. Like, I got into weed like 3 years ago. So anyway, my buddy, we were working together, he came up, he's like, you ever tried edibles, bro? My girlfriend made like a crazy batch of brownies. They're not going to be good tasting. It's going to be like almost pure THC, but I'm going to give you a big chunk of one. Then he gave it to me at the end of our shift, and he's like, whatever you do not eat the whole thing. Only do half. Now, remind you, the guy telling me this is a 35-year-old, 5'2" Asian guy who weighed like 80 pounds. So, like, I was like, okay, cool. And I figured it was just like alcohol, you know. So I take it home. First time I was in Colorado, I went to a dispensary, got a beer sample of 5 beers. I thought 5 was the dose, so I found out. Yo! Whoa, Pat, fuck that. Anyway, so I go home, I'm about to start my 2-day weekend, and I'm fucking vibing. So I pound I pound half of this edible brownie. I just eat half of it as soon as I get home. I feel nothing for like 2 to 3 hours. I feel nothing. I'm like, well, what the fuck, dude? Oh no, I stopped the fucking car. Bro. So anyway, I ate half of this edible. 3 hours go by. I'm playing video games, doing whatever. Like, man, I don't feel shit. All right, so I throw a pizza in the oven, and I walked over the other half of it, and I was like, maybe because like I'm fat, you know what I mean? Like it's alcohol. Maybe it's like maybe I need more to get the body going. So I ate the other half, thinking nothing of it. Eat my pizza. Everything's good, dude. Still don't feel shit though. So anyway, I finished my games. I'm like, whatever, dude. I'm just gonna go to bed, dude. My weekend's a bust. So I do what a man does when I'm alone. We don't need to go into details, but let's just say, as I hit the moment of the crescendo of said moment, it hits all at one time. Literally, as I go to bust, the world freezes in real time. Bro, it was terrifying. The noises I made, I feel bad for my neighbors, just saying. Brother, by the time I was done, it felt like it lasted for an entire lifetime. Like, yo. 24 hours of a pain. Yeah, dude. You can't drive safe when you fucked up like that. Anyway, dude, I remember I was so absolutely baked after I had made a gigantic mess. I was like, oh no, I need to eat something to eat, like alcohol. Maybe it'll help sober me up. So I pull myself out of my bed. I could hear my bones making noise, stressing and groaning, like under the stress of my body. Bro, I felt like I could feel it like reverberate up my legs into my chest, and it made my chest pound and thud like I was about to fucking die. Thank the gods. Hell yeah, Pat. Fuck. Bro. So I ran inside the kitchen. I grabbed some tortilla chips and I started munching. Or no, they were Doritos. I apologize. I just grabbed a bag of Dorito chips, started munching on them. The sound of me biting through the chip made my chest vibrate, and I thought I was going to fucking die. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. Aging is about to fight. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Anyway, that high lasted 3 days. I remember like being curled up in a ball the day before I had to go to work, going, "Oh God, please just be sober. Just please be sober. I'll never do it again. Please be sober. Please, please." So I had to go to work in LA traffic. I had to drive there, fucking completely ripped off my ass. It was a terrifying experience. And now I do it every day. Well, not every day, but a lot now, you know? That shit was scary though, dude. That shit was scary as fuck, dude.
$200 million. However,
You know what I'd like to be? Not faded. Exactly, dude. Oh, with Coke? Hell yeah, please let me live. Bro, even last night I had to tell myself, I was sitting there, my girlfriend was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "It's just weed, baby. It's just weed. I just gotta make it to the end of the day." It's just weed, bro. It's just weed.
like I was just saying, all is not well in the Lone Star State because Brian is getting sick and tired of having to put up with Brendan's constant exaggerations and fake hype over his latest discoveries.
Styles Switch Barbecue.
Why do you say it's good? Because I have to be honest.
Dude.
You're one of those guys, you annoy me because you'll be like, the best wings, the best pizza. I'm like, it's just wings.
Yeah, no, their wings were good. But
That's like Brendan's equivalent to Andrew Schultz's epiphanies. When he figures something out for himself, it's the next best thing and he cannot wait to tell everyone about it. You know, like a child. And that's the ongoing theme with Brandon. It seems like the more things slip away from him,
You quit that day? Holy fuck, yeah, bro. I couldn't do coke, man. Cocaine would be way too much for me. Like, I don't want to lean that far into something to do a line, bro. You have to have a strong stomach to do that shit, dude. That's not for the Will Berry experience.
the more immature and juvenile he becomes. There's a segment in the podcast with Aubrey Marcus later on that I'll play for you, where if you close your eyes, it feels like you're back in middle school all over again. Except then you open your eyes and realize you're watching three grown men dressed like teen.
8 months clean this month from it. I don't recommend it, frankly. Hell yeah, dude. I can't hang, bro. I will tell you, it gave me a fuck ton of energy for like the 20 seconds it worked. Damn, bro, that takes some motivation to flush a bag of it. Ooh, there's money in that shit.
Teenage fuckboys, unironically talking out of their asses. But the thing for Brian Callen is that he's clearly struggling financially, and the daily grind of having to turn up to Brendan's storage unit to record the podcast twice a week, while being forced to inhale fumes from Bupper's beast of a trug, and then slogging it out at the comedy mothership where he's constantly workshopping new material.
Well, I didn't pay for it. Man, you ladies have like superpowers.
That doesn't seem to land. Well, it's all starting to weigh on him. For Brian, everything's a business transaction for him now.
Aubrey Marcus, I haven't seen you in way too long.
People were all constantly giving me shit for free. I mean, I get that too. I got a bunch of homies that always throw shit my way. And like, I don't deserve this.
I've been here more than 4 months.
I know, bro.
But we get to a certain age, buddy, where it's like, if we ain't making money, if we're not doing business or learning, it's hard to just hang out. When I'm too
Or
old to
kids,
be hanging
or
out. I got kids.
Well,
I got kids.
Yeah, Ob didn't have kids.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how we're starting comedy podcasts these days. I'm sorry I haven't seen you since I moved to Texas. I couldn't justify it financially. But we shouldn't be too hard on Callan. It must be hard to support 5 separate families while still living in the shadows of all the allegations that were leveled at you a few years ago, forcing you to work for a guy you clearly despise as you cruise into your 60s with no end in sight. And now that Brian called out Joe Rogan for cosplay...
Damn! That's rough. I'm sorry, Brian.
Playing as a scientist on the recent Fight Companion, I'd say his opportunities at the mothership are drying up too.
W Coke, it's like, bro, do not ask me if I want that. That problem got people out because they wouldn't stop asking me. Unhelpful. Damn, bro. Well, I feel like because people just, I feel like drugs brings people together. But like, it's always like the worst kind of bringing people together. Like, they're just like, dude, I don't want to do this terrible shit by myself. Please help kill yourself with me. It's like, bro.
Personally, I'm sad for him. I really wanted this move to Texas to work out for him so he could finally escape from captivity and leave Brendan behind once and for all, just like Theo Von did. But the thing is, I'd rather watch the fighter and the kid die a long, slow death of 1,000 tiny cuts until the lights literally go out in the middle of a pod. Oh no, wait, that already happened. But all jokes aside, no pun intended, their most recent episode with Aubrey Marcus was eye-opening to say the least. I've been documenting their struggle to book guests on the show on this very channel, and here we are with quite possibly one of the slimiest snake oil salesmen you've ever seen, here to lecture us on authenticity, on the fighter and the kid. He's lecturing us about authenticity on the fighter and the kid. All right, I've made my point. Let's roll the tape.
I'm still taking Alpha Brain now, along with the new Correct supplements.
Yeah.
You know, there's an interesting study I just saw that was Zach Bush was talking about, where they put people in a Faraday cage and then they measured their electromagnetic frequencies and everything that was happening in their body. And when they brought them into emotions of like extreme joy, like talking about a sentimental moment with their grandmother or something with their wife or their kids, the time their kids were born, and they brought them into that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it was from the heart field or the mental field, but there was a spike of energy that was measurable. And then when they asked them about other traumatic, experiences or places where they were super vulnerable or bad things happened, they saw the same equal amount of energy expelled. And the theory being actually that it's authenticity that actually spikes the field, because our souls are
Apparently, this guy stood up to Joe Rogan. We watched that on the channel. And now he's beefing with his podcast host, is what I'm thinking. So I feel like Brian is like on the verge of a mental breakdown or to walk out of the show. I don't know.
in truth. Like our spirit body knows truth. We know the frequency of it. We know the resonance of it. And so when you tap into truth, actually your whole body lights up.
I
don't know if any of this is true. Because, like, how many times are you accused of doing something you've never done because someone felt like you did something? Like,
And so truth is even more important than the positive emotions, just being real.
Well, I think especially now, like with AI, like Rogan and Santana were talking about, like AI is going to take over and it's going to ruin the entertainment business and all these jobs. I think there's going to be a thing where being authentic destroys all that.
oh no, that's the same take I have. I have a take in common with this dipshit.
We're going to be able to tell what's AI, but then the people that are authentic and actually have talent are going to be bigger than ever.
So the guy who lied about his football career continues to take anabolic steroids for recreational use, got caught cheating on his girl multiple times, sued a YouTuber for exposing him, and was then forced to submit a sworn affidavit to the court admitting that he'd blatantly lied multiple times on his podcast, is telling us on that very podcast, propped up by fake views and bots, that authentic creators with talent are gonna be in high demand once AI takes over. And we're only just getting started with this episode. The absolute lack of self-awareness on display is mind-blowing. You've got Brendan Schaub, the human embodiment of failure, sitting there nodding along to snake oil salesman Aubrey Marcus talking about the power of authenticity, while Brian Callen's soul visibly leaves his body with every passing minute. You can literally see Brian calculating in real time how many more episodes of The Fighter and the Kid he'll have to sit through before all his kids turn 18 and he's no longer on the hook for child support. Meanwhile, Bupper's sitting there thinking he's about to stage a comeback off the back of a supplement collaboration between him, Rogan, and Aubrey. What if I can get the Scorpions to milk themselves? When I was listening to this episode, I thought to myself, this is the perfect snapshot of a dying brand. Even
That's fucking wild though when you think about it, dude. That's actually wild. This guy helped do Alpha Brain, that drug that fucking Joe Rogan pushes nonstop, that he sold to a big corporation. Just get the fuck out of here.
even the bots are hate watching at this point.
Is that going to be a real fight? Did you say it was an exhibition?
Exhibition.
Yeah.
How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like, you're closer with Jake than I am.
Yeah.
We both love Jake.
Yeah.
I'm with Dana when he was on Impulsive, and he's like, dude, you and your brother fight guys your size.
Right.
He's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, fight people your fucking size, man.
It is.
I'm a little bit like with the Javante Davis, Jake, it's like, all right, can Javante deal with the size? You know, but I just don't. For Jake, and he has this, it appears, you'd know better than most, he has like this yearning for whatever reason. He wants this cosign, this validation from the boxing community. He just, for whatever reason.
That's 100% in his sights.
Yeah,
But in the
my
meantime,
thing is like, this is pushing that further and further, because I think he was kind of here, and then the Javante Davis, the Mike Tyson's going, voot.
well, so he just did. So he has this kind of strategy where he'll fight a legit, fighter. Like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it still got him ranked. But then he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember the spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus a big guy. And everybody's asking that question, how will speed do against size? And then Jake capitalizes on this question that's in people's mind, has a fight.
He's making tons of money.
And and like that. So he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention.
Meanwhile, he's getting better
Netflix
as a
is going to
boxer.
co-sign,
Yeah.
and then he'll go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track. No
Trains.
doubt that his goal.
What a boring fucking conversation. Why is this a podcast? What the fuck? Who watches this? Who gives a fuck?
Goal
Of course.
above anything is to be the cruiserweight champion.
That's what I don't get. If I'm Jake being legit in boxing, being the cruiserweight champion, 'cause I think that's going to be more difficult than he thinks. Just keep doing the circus.
All right, so let me tell
Keep
you,
making
I
the
know
money in the
Jake's
circus.
one of my best friends.
Of course, this guy is best friends with Jake Paul. So far, everything checks out. And did you see our boy flip-flopping around, desperately trying to agree with Aubrey about Jake Paul's career trajectory? First it was, I agree with Dana. Why doesn't Jake stick to fighting people his own size? And then after Aubrey spun his web around Schaub's head, he came out with, why is he trying to push for the cruiserweight title? Just stick to the circus money
Mike Tyson was fucking terrifying, bro.
fights. Oh, buddy, what are we doing here? Whenever Brendan's in a room with someone wealthier than him, he goes into autopilot and ends up on his knees searching for the truth. Callan, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. One of the only redeeming features of Brian's character is his willingness to call people out on the spot. After sitting there listening to Aubrey washing Jake Paul's balls, he'd finally had enough and said what we were all thinking.
Usually me and Ob talk before the fights, and Ob predicts the win. And he's been right, 3 for 3?
Yeah, like no, 6 for 6.
When we-
but for
we
like
talked
3
3.
of the times we saw so we'll go into meditations together and breath work, and we'll have it.
Scary. Dude, I bet you his fists were made out of fucking... Like, Mike Tyson's fists were, like, just made of cement, bro. I fully believe that shit. Fuck that. I'd rather get hit by a car than punched in the face by Mike Tyson.
Visions, and they've happened to turn out, oftentimes in strange ways. Like, we're going to have a picture of the fighter you just knocked out on all fours. You can get knocked down in a lot of different ways, but we just saw that moment. Their mindset is in the right place, and I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. But let me just answer the question: why is Jake doing this?
I don't get it.
Jake's
No,
doing
I get
this
the money thing.
because he's got plenty of money.
I know.
And so at a certain point, the money doesn't matter as much. But what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him
Alive.
on the path. Yeah, on the path
get it.
where he's not off the rails. I think it ends with Jake being a cruiserweight belt holder. I don't know if he'll unify the belts or whatever, but they'll find a path to like somebody in the cruiserweight who has a belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on the whole time. Like what people don't realize.
There's a top 25 Mike Tyson knockout compilation. And goddamn, hell yeah, dude.
This is also, you know, for anybody who's seen Chief of War, which is a great show out now on Apple TV Plus. At the end, they have and this isn't a spoiler. At the end, they have a battle, and in the battle, it's like let the spiritual warfare begin, and their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of the elements and all, and like everything good to get the mind and the spirit aligned. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got, you know, Lucas Mack, who's one of the best breathwork practitioners. He's got myself and Vailana singing the sound bowls. Like, we're bringing the best spiritual energy. He's got
Aubrey,
the best training.
Excuse me, because he's not going to say it. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you for your spiritual energy, bro. Because when he's in there with a cruiserweight contender, some dude who's been throwing his right hand since he was 7, I don't think a lot of that's going to matter. Yeah. That's a big problem to
How
solve.
about I say that Alex Pereira does the same thing?
I'm sure he does, but
you know what?
Alex
Like,
Pereira's also been training for a long time.
Of course. So, but I'm saying it's the mix.
Yeah, it's mixed.
like Alex Pereira, when he does that thing where he walks out, it's for real.
Wait, is that who Brian is? No way.
Yeah.
It's for real.
Yeah.
He's bringing
there's a
some
dark magic
He's
from
bringing
him.
some
Yeah.
deep jungle energy.
Did he just say deep jungle energy? What the fuck did we just listen to? I lost several IQ points after listening to that clip. Deep jungle energy sounds like his next supplement line. Imagine admitting you're friends with Jake Paul in public, but then doubling down by claiming you're his breathing and spiritual coach while wearing those pants. It was only a few weeks ago that Jake Paul announced he was quitting podcasting because he's not good at talking, and his brother and all his friends agreed with him. Jake thinks he's cooking by fighting a guy almost 70 pounds lighter than him in an exhibition fight. But that wasn't the worst part. Being such good friends and a former business partner of Joe Rogan, I should have known that Aubrey Marcus was trained in the fine art of stand-up comedy worship. You guys know I don't usually do this, but I'm issuing an official cringe warning to anyone new here or just for anyone with a weak stomach. It's like that old saying goes, laughter is the best medicine.
All spiritual people need.
Really? That's the kid from Married with Children? There's no way. Hold on. No, I don't think so. It says Mad TV. Go to the filmography. He was in Bad Santa? Hell yeah, dude! The Hangover Part 2. Oh, he was in Hangover? I don't remember that. What character did he fucking play? Whoops. Walk of Shame? Oh, okay, well, who was he in The Hangover? He played Eddie Pallet. What? What? And then he played a different character in the set. What the fuck?
Need friends like all of us
Fuck
because
yes,
we can
they
get
do.
way too fucking serious.
Yes.
Also, laughter is the most underrated shit as far as cultivating good energy. You want to feel good energy? Find a comic that's dialed in, that's locked in,
Right.
and you're under a spell of hilarity, and your
Right.
gut is bursting.
I say that to people
It's
who
like
give me-
ecstasy.
Yeah.
It's
people
the
who,
best
people
thing.
who hate on comics, I always say, hey, face. Like, we literally spend all our time trying to make people laugh. That's the worst we are. We're dicks, we're not great, but for the most part, I promise you, the comics that you're hating on, whoever they might be, all we do all day is sit around and try to think of ways to be funny.
Look, I work with the best shamans in the world, and the
Oh my God, what the fuck
best
is
shamans
this?
in the world can cultivate a level of positive energy that keeps you safe and keeps you like focused on what you're learning. The comics are better than any great shaman. Yeah. They're able to take a whole stadium. Try to get one ayahuasca shaman to get a whole stadium. Maybe they could. Maybe if they're the baddest of the baddest.
Tim Dillon can
but you get a whole stadium in the same energy, laughing,
harmony,
and it's the best, highest frequency energy that you can possibly imagine.
Dude, but some of that is just when you hear a person laugh, it makes you want to laugh too. Like, why are we acting like comedians are the only people that do this shit? Like, what about plays that can invoke the same feelings and emotions, or musicians that do the same thing? And comedies do it in probably the laziest way, because they don't have to learn an instrument in the process. Like, this self-aggrandizing bullshit does nothing. It's just shit.
Comics are laughter shamans in a way, and it's like, and I have so much respect.
So true. So true.
Brandon was awfully quiet during that entire conversation.
That's mostly a defense mechanism, yeah.
He wanted absolutely none of that, but that was just a bridge too far for me. As you all know, I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedy. However, we're getting to a point where comedy worship is out of control. The Austin comedy gatekeepers aren't just trying to monopolize comedy, they're trying to monopolize laughter. Do these guys actually believe the bullshit coming out of their own mouths? Or are they
not when they have laughter shamans? Like, what the fuck is this, dude?
just so dialed into their grift that it all comes naturally to them now? Aubrey Marcus was talking about laughter like it's some sacred psychedelic ceremony, while Brendan Schaub was sitting there looking like a kid in timeout. The comedy writes itself with these Muppets. And Brian Callen's speech about comedians spending every waking minute thinking of how to be funny is just as bad. The reality
Yeah, it's not true, dude. They probably think about it, but they're not spending every waking moment. They're still people, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes they're with their girlfriends, their wives, their family. Sometimes they don't give a shit about their job. A laughter shaman better have mushrooms. Holy fuck,
is they
true!
spend every waking minute scheming how to grift off their audience. This brand of pseudo-spiritual grifting is next level. The Austin comedy assassins have moved on from promoting vitamin supplements to pitching their comedy as vitamins instead. And we all
Yo, that's crazy, actually. What the fuck?
know the golden rule of comedy in Austin. If at first your audience doesn't laugh, just keep saying it until they do.
Every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world, and it's like,
Well, that's the
problem.
term cabal, and I think that's like
That's right, by the way. That's
cabal
right.
comes from Kabbalah.
I've never seen.
And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews, well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of shit. And
2,500
certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews and probably full-on Jedi. I know some full-on
What the fuck is this guy? Sith Jew?
Jedi Jews. I'm fucking Jewish. Like, I care more about the good
Damn, you're
than
Jewish?
anybody. Yeah, 87% Ashkenazi.
Damn.
So
get out.
like fundamentally, yeah, they can go both paths for sure. I mean, they have, there's
you know
something,
Jewish?
No.
there's something that's in the, I think it's also
we'd like
like,
you to leave.
That's why.
So there's this idea of
I
the-
went, you're Jewish. He goes, yeah. I went, get out.
so there's this idea of the genetic bottleneck theory.
Ah, you got there in the end,
Indeed.
Brendan. There's no trend that Bappa won't jump on board with. Did you see how proud of himself he was there? There's nothing quite like interrupting a conversation to explain a joke that didn't land in the first place. One suggestion, though, Chin, if you're listening, please get Brandon to say
Hell
the word
yeah.
anti-Semitism. Seriously, could you imagine? That would be epic. And then after he says it, ask him what he thinks it means. Come on, Chin, you've got the opportunity to do something really funny here. But getting Aubrey Marcus on as a guest is just further proof of just how desperate these guys are. We heard Brendan complaining just the other week over on his Patreon that it's too hard to book guests because he's too busy with the kids to make a phone call or send an email, and also for some reason, Brian doesn't want to ask anyone in the Mothership green room to come on the show. So all that's left is a Rogan affiliate who peaked in 2016 selling nootropics to CrossFit dads. This guy takes word salad to a whole new level. Hopefully, though, Brendan is officially
Just remove the warning labels for 1 year and let nature take its course. Yeah, that would solve a lot of our problems if we were to be 100% honest.
entering his spiritual phase. We all knew it was only a matter of time before he entered his right-wing Christian arc. Could you seriously imagine him sitting there on his own after everyone's left him, fumbling his way through the Bible, trying to explain the subtext of each passage? Meanwhile, Brian Callen, who just recently publicly humiliated Joe Rogan, now finds himself spiritually handcuffed to the very man-child that Rogan helped to create in his own lab. This is actually a new experience for Brian. For once, he's being forced to suffer the consequences of his own actions. That was a low blow. I think that's enough slander for me for today. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Kill Tony, as well as my comedy special reviews and much, much more. And if you want to see more cringe outside the podcast universe, head over to my newest channel, More Cringe, and get subscribed so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys.
That's crazy. Oh, do we want to watch this, dude? 7 years later? Like, dude, I was pro MGK during that. Hey, it's Dopa! Dude, Dopa? That was just the guy's screen name. I doubt he's a different Dopa. Like, Alex? Who's Alex? I'm so confused. What happened? I kind of want to watch that. I've never... Oh, Alex Jones. He keeps getting banned. He keeps making new YouTube accounts and gets banned. Hold on. I actually want to watch the Cambridge debate. I've only seen clips of it on... I've only seen clips of this, dude. Oh man, I have to go to Charlie Kirk's website. My apologies. Okay. I know, this is it. Cool.
Hi everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. Our speaker tonight is Charlie Kirk, a prominent conservative commentator. He's founder and CEO of Turning Point USA, which has a presence on over 3,000
I did not click the Charlie Kirk one. I refuse.
high school and college campuses.
What's up, Matt? You're beautiful. You're beautiful. What's going on, homie?
It is the largest and fastest growing youth activist organization in USA.
Hell
It's written
yeah.
4 books. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Brilliant. So I'll start with some questions from me, and then we're going to move to the questions from the audience, from the people who've submitted them, and who'll be asking them at the dispatch box. My first question is about Turning Point USA's Professor Watch List. Its mission is described as exposing college professors who discriminate against conservative students and advance leftist propaganda in the classroom, with examples including feminism, abortion.
Oh. Yeah, he did do the Hitler stash. It is a little crazy. It's a little unhinged.
And socialism. How would you respond to critics, such as PEN America, who see it as supporting what it claims to deride, which is the intimidation and ostracization of those who express controversial views on campus?
Well, we're getting right into it, aren't we? Thank you. So yeah, just by background, Turning Point USA has now grown to be the largest campus conservative organization in the country. I come from a view that conservatism is widely underrepresented in American campuses, and by conservatism,
How can it be underrepresented if it's the biggest one?
I literally mean the defense of Western values, free markets, rule of law, individual initiative, entrepreneurship.
Yeah, but see, we all already believe in those things.
The Constitution, so on and so forth.
But you don't. None of your people care about the Constitution. That's why we're not like following due process. That's why we have revisionist history going on right now. That's why we have Donald Trump sending, forces, National Guard, to cities that aren't requesting it because he's nulling and voiding states' rights. Like, you don't care about any of these things.
So forth. And in American college campuses in particular, and I don't know, I'm guessing that this campus is, I don't even want to guess. We'll see what happens when we have dialogue. But I do know that there are some great professors that do teach the Western canon, which is far too missing from American universities, is that American college campuses have become a place where they strive to have everyone look different but think the same. And in America, university and college
I got none of this is answering the question that she put out.
tuition is through the roof, and students and parents have a moral obligation to know who is teaching their kids. And for these professors that have such a major objection for being on our professor watch list, if they don't say obscene things, then they will not end up on our watch list. I'm talking about professors that were excited about what happened on October 7th. I'm sorry, if you're excited about what happened on October 7th, then you deserve to be on a professor
Who's always doing strawman and with college. Oh, let me turn this off of top chat and go to live chat. That's probably why I missed what you guys were saying.
watch list, and people should
Yeah, dude, he's just saying that if we disagree with the statement that you're making, we're going to put you on a watch list so that people can use that watch list to, like, attack you, essentially. It was like another form of doxing.
know all about you. And if people want to fire you as a consequence of that, or if people don't want to go to that school as a consequence of that, then so be it. And so what was the criticism exactly?
It was that the watch list supports what it claims to deride, which is the intimidation and ostracization.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
And he just played right into it by saying if you get fired or, like, canceled or people don't want to go to your school because of this list, we don't really care. Okay. Got it.
Sorry, thank you. If the publicizing of certain ideas is intimidation, then I think that's just laughable. It is using our own free speech to expose professors who we believe are making America a worse country.
That's called intimidation, asshole.
And in fact, I believe in America, higher education has largely posed a threat to Western values. And I think we need more students and more parents to realize the moral rot that universities have become in the Western world.
The moral rot. Again, divisive language. Like, okay. So he called the people of that work in these schools immoral. Yeah. Okay.
So Turning Point Academy mentions the importance of promoting intellectual growth. How would you respond to critics that such an education system stifles intellectual growth through establishing a fixed set of values, for example, regarding God, life beginning at conception, and two genders, rather...
Damn, girl, hit him in the fucking dick! I want an answer to this one, Charlie.
Rather than promoting intellectual...
Now, he'll just say, because we're right. But he won't. He'll say it in like 500 words to mask that that's what he's saying.
Diversity.
Sure, I mean, at some point, you're going to have to get to a truth claim. So even to say that you want intellectual diversity means that you think intellectual diversity matters, but by what standard? So you have to actually, at some point, say that something is good. So if someone says, well, the criticism that you're going to tell a kid that something is good, something else, you should have intellectual diversity. Okay, why? By what standard? By what book? By what scholar? By what author? By what worldview? We believe, as a...
Here it comes. His line of logic here is just faulty. Because at the end of the day, you're doing the same thing with the Bible. Because you can't reconcile the fact that when one person says the Bible says this, and this is how you interpret it, and someone else reads the Bible and they say this is what the Bible says, and that's how you interpret it. It's left ambiguous so people can fill in the grays on themselves. Hit them in the dick.
Organization that the West is the best for many reasons. In particular, my own personal views. I'm a Christian. I'm not ashamed of it. And Christianity brought to the world things that we all take for granted. Tom Holland, who actually was educated here and is one of the great classicists and taught himself ancient Greek, he wrote in his book Dominion that even if you hate Christianity, your critique of Christianity is actually using Christianity itself. And so this idea of intellectual diversity, I totally support that. And I think that students should read different books and should read different authors. At some point, though, the purpose of education is not to have an endless buffet line for students to sample every bad idea in the world. It's to point them to the good, the true, and the beautiful. And I think...
But who defines the good, the true, and the beautiful? No. You give them an endless buffet line and then allow them to make the decision that they think is best based off of their views, like based off their individual experience, based off of like what knowledge they can like pull from whatever work they're working towards. Like,
I think we've lost what the purpose of education is. Education in Latin literally means to lead forth. To lead forth out of the cave was the original analogy. And so at Turning Point Academy, we take the biblical idea to train a child up in the ways in which they will go, and we make no apologies for instituting a belief that believing in God is better than secularism. The defense of universal human equality is a good for all humanity, amongst many other things that you articulated.
So,
except those that don't believe in God. And those that don't believe in God, if we have to believe in God, we have to like start following the edicts of the religion, such as banning gay people from having, marriage. Like once we give you ground on this, it just moves to the next topic and to the next topic. Like it never stops. People are going to keep progressing towards what their ideal society is. And if we prop up a society through religious values and solely religious values, and all we have to define those religious values as a religious text that comes with a lot of dogma and bullshit that comes behind it that people can use as a bludgeon or an attack vector to get any other little member of society that we want. Like all you have to do is paint those peoples of society as lesser than. That's why we call right now Democrats evil, because we don't have to contend with them anymore. They are lesser than Republicans. Like, again, the same thing happens with the trans community. That's why they try to call it a mental illness, that like they're possessed by the devil. You didn't remark on 3/4 of her question? Exactly. It's just, at the end of the day, he just said, because we're right.
How would you reconcile the importance of freedom, which is listed as Turning Point USA's mission on your website, with the restrictions on bodily autonomy, which you support, including abortion, trans-affirming healthcare, and birth control? And how would you respond to criticism of your limited view of freedom?
Sure. So first of all, birth control I don't have that strong of views of. So I mean, except for the fact that I've criticized how actually young women that take hormonal birth control might have side effects that are not always disclosed to them. As far as abortion and trans-affirming care, I'll get into that in a second, but I find it laughable, not from you, of course, but some of the people that are always very critical of, Charlie, why don't you just believe in bodily autonomy? I'm sorry, didn't you just mandate a vaccine for the last couple of years? I couldn't figure...
Oh my God, dude. What a fucking buzzword argument, dude. Are we really going to say because people tried to push a vaccine mandate and it failed and got stricken down by the Supreme Court, so it didn't go through, and then private companies push their own mandates because a private entity can make request of its employees? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, okay. Gotta say his birth control mark is factual.
Visit your country for 2 years because I didn't take a vaccine. So it's my body, my choice, unless it's, so it's my body, my choice if it's another human being in the womb, but it's not my body, my choice if I want to take a vaccine. That was neither safe nor effective, and we all must be very
It was safe and it was effective, so you're just lying.
honest about the fact that the public health experts of both of our countries never apologized for the fact that they made you take a vaccine that, by the way, has a lot of side effects.
They didn't make you take the vaccine. I don't, like, you guys, like, these people misremember history. Like, it's so crazy. Private companies try to enforce vaccine mandates. Private companies are held responsible for the decisions that they make. What the fuck is this? Yes, the CDC and the WHO requested people to take vaccines, and they were looking at doing it through a law through OSHA, and then it went to the Supreme Court, and then it got shot down, and then Biden said, all right, well, just the federal employees have to do it. And it was over. He didn't keep trying. He didn't try to sue the courts. He didn't try to fight it again. He didn't do another appeal. When they decided, he moved on. Messed up cycle years I've taken that we weren't able to have a child because of it. Yeah. I mean, dude, there are some terrible side effects of medications. That's why doctors are usually pretty slow at, like, throwing pretty severe ones. That's why, again, when I talk about the medical industry, doctors typically try to give you... You guys ever watch Stranger Things? You guys remember that speech that Bob gives to Will about saying go away and stuff like that? Like, it was generally good advice. A really good speech. Just not for the particular situation young man was facing. That's the episode I got to. I haven't gone any further. But, like, doctors try to do the same thing. They just try to, like, you know, give you generalities because they're usually going to have, like, the least negative side effects. And, like, the medicines they can put you on can fuck you up, man. It can ruin your life. So they try and start small. It just makes sense. It's not crazy complicated. But medicines can really fuck you up, man. And birth control's scary too. Like, my girlfriend just started that shit, and that's got me nervous, man. Excuse me.
For a lot of people in this room, and no one wants to say that. As a side note, though, all the bot effects never apologize for the fact that they made you take a vaccine that, by the way, has a lot of side effects for a lot of people in this room, and no one wants to say that. As a side note,
well, no one's ever said that the vaccine doesn't have side effects. You're putting a small version of the sickness inside your body. The vaccine's side effects are dramatically decreased in contrast to actually getting COVID, which, you know, is true, and you should still be able to say, but you can't say that as you're making the appeal. Just look how much the wrong men fucked right up. Exactly, dude. And then some of that stuff he did to himself, right? Like some of those, like, self diets where he had to, like, completely restrict everything he ate, and, like, bro, and that did probably even more damage to his body. Oh, I already know the Aquila one's live. Oh no, I don't even want to see I know I'm losing. I made some arguments in that one that people aren't gonna like. Fuck.
Note though, all the bodily autonomy people, you guys can laugh all you want, it's fine. All the bodily autonomy people suddenly got really silent when we decided to say we're going to control your body and control the movement of what you can do. You can't go to the pub, you can't go to the local gathering of friends, you can't go to university, you can't even go into the UK if you don't have a...
But that was all recommended by the World Health Organization, and some of these policies were written in the 1900s. And we've expected these to be a reality and true. That's why, like, countries always have lockdowns. This always happens. This is not bodily autonomy. This is not an individual decision. Like, a lockdown is... They can put that in effect at any time. Some states have curfews. Is that not affected your bodily autonomy? Like, I don't. This is such a stupid argument that he doesn't even believe. Because if, like, the government were to pass a law about a lockdown that they agree with, they would be the first ones to be like, yeah, no, we agree. Like, there's no consistency here. This is just weak.
A card. So that's a fun.
And again, not answering questions.
Contradiction for me. At the same time, there's a difference between freedom or liberty and license. Liberty is the pursuit of things that allow human beings to flourish at its highest possible potential. License is not those things. So in the first thing, you do not have a ability, and I'm sure there will be a question about this, under any agreed upon Western morality, which is derived from a Christian construct, to murder another human being.
You don't need a Christian construct to do that, and these still were, like, dude, the founding fathers admitted openly that we're not a Christian nation. Many of them were deists, many of them were persecuted by the church. That's why they wanted a separation of church and state. Some of our values might be born from Christianity, but some of those values are intrinsic to the massive society at the time, which were also brought in by the Enlightenment era. I talk about it all the time. Like, individual autonomy has nothing to do with Christianity. Ben Franklin was a pagan. Exactly, dude. Like, we are not a Christian nation. To be the West doesn't mean you're Catholic or Christian. This guy.
Do not have that freedom. And so we believe, obviously, because we believe in very basic biology and science, that life begins at conception.
Yeah, when I was 18, I went on a pill. It did not last long because it totally fucked me up. I got, like, all the side effects, and it also made my period go from it for 3 days, like 7 days. Well, it's not very long. That's crazy, dude. Dude, like, the hormones and the pills and, like, what minor, like, even, like, what is it, like, 5 milligrams of, like, melatonin could knock your ass out? Like, that's so crazy that, like, humans are so susceptible to, like, such minor dosages of stuff. It's actually crazy when you think about it. And then, like, people drink these things and they have, what is it? 500% B12. But then your body, oh, this thing does have 2,000 milligrams of taurine. Gross. I didn't see that before. Facts. Bro, the hormonal changes it can do to people's body can have such a huge catastrophic effect for, like, ever, dude. That you, like, lifelong consequences. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy when you actually think about it.
And therefore that life deserves universal human rights as applied equally under our laws. As far as trans affirming care, as far as if you want to do something over the age of 18, knock yourself out. You guys actually have been better than our country on this. You have the Cass report that our country has lost its mind, where the Cass report itself issued an opinion based on my limited but somewhat understanding of it that trans affirming care for children is highly questionable at best. And so we all can agree that students that are not, or young people that are not yet of age or mature age of 18.
My last message got blocked, lol. Dude, I have no moderation on. I don't know how.
Of course we limit certain freedoms or licenses or liberties for 15-year-olds. In my country, they can't own guns till they're 18. In my country, they can't even drink till they're 21. In my country, they can't vote until they're 18 in America. And so until someone is of age, you're going to limit that. And so I believe that we should all agree that young people in particular, 15, 16, 17, there should be a prohibition that you should not be able to cut off your breasts or go under life-altering, irreversible, gender-affirming care just because you might be going through a temporary phase.
So you spoke about vaccines and the COVID-19 vaccine. How would you respond to accusations about you misusing your platform and purporting misinformation during the COVID-19 pandemic, including speaking against the COVID vaccine and speculating about deaths caused by it, and being briefly banned from Twitter for claiming that hydroxychloroquine was 100% effective in treating the virus?
Well, I'm back on Twitter now, thankfully. New ownership. I appreciate the question. Has anyone asked our public health leaders that question? Will they apologize for everything they got?
They didn't get anything fucking wrong, bro. Like, what are you doing? I swear to God, these people's brains.
Wrong. The lockdowns were completely unnecessary. They should never have happened.
Okay, dude. Yeah, dude. So we're raising the age of consent. Then right wingers looking right at the ferry with legal marriage ages. Yeah, dude.
And the young people of the West lost proms, graduation, what.
That is weird. That is very weird.
Whatever equivalent you have here in the UK for no good reason whatsoever. And you guys can laugh all you want, but let's look at the data. Suicide rates of young people in the West went up after COVID. There's speech delays. There's a misery problem.
Who gives a fuck? They went through a pandemic. These numbers would have probably gone up whether they were in school or not. What the fuck are we talking? This guy is so dumb.
And we locked down the generation of people that needed to be locked down the least, that have now bared the consequences the most on.
What are you talking about? That lockdown is probably one of the best things we ever did. Because now we're seeing a large number of young people moving away from fucking video games, more getting into politics, more concerned about their environment and the stuff going around them in real time versus the millennial. Yeah, unrelated causation does not equal correlation. True. Also, more and more young people are moving away from Twitter, or TikTok. More and more young people are moving away from video games, stuff like that, and they're getting invested into political things very early on. Meanwhile, trying to get a millennial to talk about politics is like twisting their fucking arm off. It's like, what the fuck? Like, Gen Z getting locked down the way that it did actually had a tremendous effect because people realized what they were taking for granted. Like, we never had that as millennials. Our lockdown never happened, dude. We never had that moment where we're like, holy fuck, dude, being locked in your room all day with no fucking humanity or no contact with the outside world other than through a microphone kind of fucking sucks. Nah, dude. Well, now those old dudes are going to in charge.
On top of a hyperinflation crisis, which caused a housing crisis, which has caused a sovereign debt crisis, all for what? Because we were worried that something that materially was never a greater threat than the seasonal flu to these people in this room it was never a greater threat than the seasonal flu. That is a fact of science, because we have to trust the science. And again, we can go back and forth, but this is the more important thing. It was never about trusting the science. It was about trusting the scientists that confirm this view. There is something called
okay, it is about trusting the science because like 70% or 80% of the scientists agreed about one thing. You're literally projecting. The thing you're bitching about is the thing that you're doing. You found the one person or the handful of people that agree with your worldview and you're holding them up against the entire scientific community. What a fucking dipshit.
The Barrington Declaration. If you don't know what this is, all of you have a moral obligation to know what it is. The Barrington Declaration was thousands of scientists from around the world that said these lockdowns are doing more harm than good. And the one thing that we never talked about through all of this that now the pharma companies magically discovered after they were able to proliferate a vaccine is early interventions. Is the fact that if you catch COVID early, what is your vitamin D level? Let's have a serious conversation about whether or not you're chronically overweight. In my country, we are a fat country. We're good at a lot.
Hell yeah, buddy. But also, none of this is an offshoot of that. Like, honestly, in full swing, all right, we can have the conversations about, you know, all of these pre-COVID, whatever the fuck they're called. We can have a conversation about that. That, like, vitamin D, people that are being down in vitamin D, hold on. You mean like the vast majority of Americans? People have like iron deficiencies. People don't take their fucking supplements. Like, we know, you just said it, Americans are unhealthy. So we did lockdowns to prevent people that were going to have a higher or increased chance of negative consequences of COVID from getting COVID. Thank you. You made your way there somehow.
A lot of things. We're also really good at gaining weight. Why didn't we also say to the American people and be honest, if you are 50 pounds overweight, you have a much higher likelihood of dying of COVID. Well, that would be considered.
They did say that, you fucking moron. We did say that. What? We said unhealthy people are more likely to have negative Okay, whatever. You know what? It's all right. We can lie about anything.
Flu to these people in this room was it was never a greater threat than the seasonal flu. That is a fact of science, because we have to trust the science. And again, we can go back and forth, but this is the more important thing. It was never about trusting the science. It was about trusting the scientists that confirm this view. There is something called the Barrington Declaration. If you don't know what this is, all of you have a moral obligation to know what it is. The Barrington Declaration was thousands of scientists from around the world that said these lockdowns are doing more harm than good. And the one thing that we never talked about through all of this, that now the pharma companies...
Yes, lockdowns will have a negative effect on people because isolation is bad. Do you want a cookie? Like, they can say the lockdowns were bad. I'm unhealthy as hell. Got it after my needles and was fine. Yeah. These people are crazy.
Magically discovered after they were able to proliferate a vaccine is early interventions. Is the fact that if you catch COVID early, what is your vitamin D level? Let's have a serious conversation about whether or not you're chronically overweight. In my country, we are a fat country. We're good at a lot of things. We're also really good at gaining weight. Why didn't we also say to the American people, and be honest, if you are 50 pounds overweight, you have a much higher likelihood of dying of COVID. Well, that would be considered to be politically insensitive in America. So how do I respond to...
It wasn't politically insensitive in America. It's called truth. Only like super crazy fat people didn't like that. Trying to make my get less likely to get blocked.
Clinic critics, honestly, I'm proud of the work that we did during COVID. I opposed the lockdowns from the beginning. We talked about early interventions. We platformed people that were right all along. And meanwhile, the people that got the most important public policy questions of our time wrong have never felt any sort of criticism. They've never actually faced justice. And I
like how he's just doing a whataboutism to not answer the question. Like, this guy just, like, he's so media trained, like... This guy's essentially a politician.
I think we, the people of the West, deserve an apology from our leaders for all the suffering that they inflicted on the young people of both our countries.
So you've described recently how it used to be 10 vaccines, now it's 72 shots for our babies. Something's not right and our kids are sicker than ever. How would you respond to criticism that your rhetoric regarding vaccinations is dangerous and irresponsible when considering a global rise in vaccine distrust and deaths from vaccine-preventable diseases, including measles and meningitis?
Well, first of all, number one, you can use your own agency and you can get 9 COVID shots if you want. I'm not preventing that. I think, though, that a robust conversation needs to happen that inoculations have risen across America. I'll just talk about America. I know this for certain. Inoculation and vaccine rates have risen, and chronic diseases are higher than ever.
Because we have better detection models, man. Like, what the fuck? And you already said it. We have morbidly obese people. Like, we're having a more insular society. Like, people are having harder times interacting with other people, and they're not learning basic skills and how to, like, hold conversation, who to talk to, how can you talk, how to fit in society. I enjoyed my isolation. COVID hit me hard, and it was a later strain. Glad I did not get an early dangerous one. He doesn't understand how science works like that. Again, causation is not correlate. Exactly, dude.
And there is a perplexing rise in a lot of the secondary and third tier issues. Of course, I'm pro-vaccine. If you want to get vaccines, we should do it prudently, we should do it appropriately, we should do it smartly. But in the same way, we should also simultaneously respect medical freedom and religious conscience.
No, fuck your religious freedom. That's the one thing I'll stand on. I fucking hate all religions, but, you know, that's just me. In America, they need to protect religious freedoms, but, you know, I'm a radical sometimes.
The criticism is this. I'm not a scientist and I don't play one on TV, but I use human reason and one would say common sense to also ask the very...
Did he just say he was pro-vaccine? Yeah, that's what they do. So, they lie unabashedly. As soon as they have the opportunity where they can be like, I was always against vaccines, they'll just do that. Like, once you give them an inch, they'll just ask for more. Like, that's what Joe Rogan tries to say. I'm pro-vaccine. I'm just not for 72 of them for a baby. Okay, then what are you asking for? Well, we got to have a conversation. No, what are you fucking asking for? Like, they don't give you 72 vaccines the day you pop out of the womb and, like, just wish you luck. They give them to you in increments. Like, at the age of 1, they'll give you, like, 3 vaccines. At the age of, like, 1.5, they give you, like, 5 vaccines. And then by the time you're, like, 5, you've gone through all of them. I think Canada has religious freedom, too, but probably has no harm clause to avoid, like, cults and stuff. Hell yeah, dude. You kind of need that shit, bro. Don't get me wrong, bro. Woo-wee.
Very simple question. The public health authorities got almost every major problem of every question of COVID wrong. Why?
Okay, do you not understand how science works? We go off of the best information we have at the time. And we had handbooks on how to handle pandemics. We had rules on how to handle pandemics. We just followed all of this. And sometimes the information is wrong.
Why should we continue to delegate trust to them? Trust is earned, it is not given. And so, yeah, look, I'm sure someone's going to ask a question.
Okay, trust is earned, but it's not given. So then why are you coming out here with limited information where you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bashing the people that do, in an attempt to dissuade people from not listening to the science?
To about that, that's fine. I'm by no means a quote-unquote expert on all that. But let me also question this. The experts, they have to now, number one, you have to apologize when you get something really wrong. And I think you have to get back into the public square and prove to us why we should trust you.
No. That's not how it works. That's proven to us when we elect our leaders. We vote on the leaders, and when the leaders come out and say things based off of the things we elect, like, you don't have to prove something to every fucking citizen every time you make a new law or rule. When Congress votes on a new bill, they don't go before the American people and be like, oh, this is how it works out. No, they just pass a bill. They don't tell us what's in those bills. We don't get access to read that shit. We don't have to prove shit to anybody. They do that through the election process. When we bring in these people to be our rulers. Everything is not a democracy.
When, for example, in my country, I'm not sure if it was for you guys, we had this thing of 6 feet to slow the spread. Anthony Fauci just made it up. The data shows that he just arbitrarily made it up. There is not a single public health reason why we had 6 feet to slow the spread. Locking down schools. Actually, what made COVID worse and delayed the inevitable spread. The only country in Europe that I think was a model was...
Okay. Let's just see what... 6... spread. Why 6 feet is a general recommendation. Reduces droplet transmission. Larger droplets exhaled by sick persons tend to fall to the ground within about 6 feet, thus limiting direct exposure to others. Okay, and this is something that you could pass through droplets. That's why we also ask where do people to wear a mask. Aerosol dilution. While aerosol similar particles can travel further and greater distances, provide more time and space for them to become diluted in the air, reducing the concentration of the virus you may inhale. So, I mean, this is not... What is he talking about? What is he... Like, a Google search. Just a quick Google search. Just a quick Google search. That's all I did. I literally just Google searched the exact thing he said, and it says that he's wrong. Like, I don't understand how he can just be like, no, there's no data to prove this. Like, it's... Okay, maintaining a distance of 6 feet helps slow the spread of respiratory viruses by reducing exposure to droplets and aerosol exhaled by an infected person. While 6 feet was widely recommended during the COVID pandemic, the effectiveness of this guideline depends on factors like air currents and aerosol size, as pathogens can travel further in certain conditions. So this is like not like it's going to solve all of your problems, but it increases the likelihood that the virus will not be as effective if it is transmitted, or it makes it harder for it to, like, it's not a be all end all solution, but it helps reduce What's going on, Lou? Like, Charlie Kirk just lied. He just fucking lied. Google. Jesus. Oh, no, another comment.
Sweden, they kept schools open, they kept restaurants open, they leaned into herd immunity, and generally their statistics were way better than some of the other countries that were correlated to it. So, and generally the model was Sweden, they kept schools open, they kept restaurants open, they leaned into herd immunity, and generally their statistics were way better than some of the other countries.
They're healthier, you dipshit. They have free medical shit. They take care of their citizens. Of course, it's a smaller population. They're also more tightly fucking confined with one another. What? There are factors here that you aren't taking into account. This guy's a fucking moron.
That were correlated to it. So everyone has the agency to do what they want to see fit. And yes, I do think that there is something troubling when the childhood vaccination schedule goes from 10 shots to 72 shots, some of which are things, for example,
Ricardo! What's up, baby?
Hepatitis B. Upon birth in America, I don't know how it is in the UK, within seconds.
Oh my God, here's this stupid Joe Rogan talking point. How does Joe Rogan fucking do it? He just absorbs all of the Republican talking points. Like, you don't have to ever watch anything else. You could just watch Joe Rogan and then you have all of what Trump wants to do. I think Joe Rogan has been compromised.
They will inoculate a child against hepatitis B. Number one, hepatitis B vaccine expires by the age of 13, and there's only two ways to get hepatitis B, through sexual intercourse or through intravenous drugs or some other correlated way. So
I live in Iowa. People were literally walking through the grocery store and licking milk and OJ containers. Yeah, I remember that shit.
unless it is a son or a daughter of a active drug user or a drug mom, totally get it, which you can test for in utero, the argument for hepatitis B vaccine within seconds of a baby being born is, I think, questionable at best. And so those of us that even ask the question, why are we using a hepatitis B?
So sexual assault never happens to children? Is that what we're about to say? Like, just because kids aren't supposed to be fucking at a young age doesn't mean that they're not. Like, hello? Dude, I remember being 9 years old chasing girls around the school, the bowling alley. Like, what are we talking about, bro? My whole life's mission before I was like 12, no, even younger than that, was to get some tang. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro. What are you talking about, bro? That was like my whole goal in life for like a huge swath of time. What are we talking about? Bro, in the middle school, Stephanie, this girl I was really into, had a boyfriend who was 21 years older than her. Or no, he was 21 and she was like 12. Like, why do civilizations collapse, Daddy? Points to Charlie Kirk. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
Vaccine when we could maybe wait till they're 12 or 13 and when they're sexually active. No, you must do it and you must just trust the science. Okay, well, that's not good enough for us.
So Turning Point USA acquired...
Why doesn't she ever give pushback? She just lets him answer and then doesn't say how he's wrong or anything. What is this?
Students for Trump in 2019 and worked on targeting students on college campuses, especially ahead of the 2020 election. However, despite an increase in youth turnout in 2020, Trump's support was worse with young people in several battleground states than 2016. How would you respond to critics who claim that this failure was partly due to Trump outsourcing youth outreach to Turning Point USA?
Okay, he's going to say, how do we do in 2024?
How did he do this last election?
Yeah, saw it coming.
Well, I mean, his support was better in youth, but it was still lower lower amongst youth than the Democrat support was.
We won the youth vote in the state of Michigan, and we ran basically the entire youth operation in 2024. In fact, anyone can look on ChatGPT, Grok, or Google. I mean, whatever you want.
Oh, wait, now they like AI. Got it. When it points to a fact, that they like, they're like, yeah, dude, use these AIs. And then if you use AI on a point they don't like, they're like, stop using AI, bro. And you're like, all right, dude, okay.
Like, we crushed the youth vote. Even Democrats acknowledge it. There's story after story after story. Why are young people moving so far to the right? And so, will you give me credit for that?
I mean, why do you think that, like, in several key states, even in 2024, amongst the young people...
We did anywhere between 10 to 25 points better in the key battleground states. This is not just conjecture. It is material fact. Both young men and young...
See how he talks when he knows the fact? Because he's right. He knows that he's right here, because he is. See how he talks direct to the point, answers it honestly, and then even points out directions where you can go to fact check it when he knows that he's right? None of the, like, let's talk for like 5 minutes to, like, work our way around the answer. Like, that's all you have to do. When people aren't answering direct questions, right here, this is why. Because he knows, when he knows he's right, he just sticks to the facts. When he doesn't know he's right, or he knows he's wrong, he does rhetoric, and then obfuscation, and then dodges questions. That's politics.
Women move to the right dramatically. In America, young people are Donald Trump's most loyal cohort, not even baby boomers. According to the Yale Youth Poll and the Harvard Youth Poll, Donald Trump has actually made the...
Oh, now they like polls. That's crazy. That's crazy.
...most gains amongst younger voters. And I guess maybe something we did had something to do with that.
And what do you see as the future of conservatism amongst young people?
I think it's going to be the dominant, God willing, dominant worldview amongst young people in America, and it's ascendant. Again, what we are...
Look how terrified she is, because that might be true. Holy fuck, dude. Even I'm scared.
Several key states, even in 2024, amongst the young people.
We did anywhere between 10 to 25 points better in the key battleground states. This is not just conjecture, it is material fact. Both young men and young women move to the right dramatically. In America, young people are Donald Trump's most loyal cohort, not even baby boomers. According to the Yale Youth Poll and the Harvard Youth Poll, Donald Trump has actually made the most gains amongst younger voters. And I guess maybe something we did had something to do with that.
And what do you see as the future of conservatism amongst young people?
I think it's going to be the dominant, God willing, dominant worldview amongst young people in America, and it's ascendant. Again, what we are seeing in the States, and I don't know if it's the case here in the UK, young men in particular are on pace to be the most conservative generation in history, and it's an exciting trend, and we're leaning into it. We see this in the macro trends. We also see this micro. Young women are following suit. There's kind of two Gen Zs. There's Gen Z that was basically out of college or near end of college at COVID, and then there was Gen Z that was in high school. What would the equivalent term here be in high school? Whatever you call...
Yeah,
okay. And they had their lives obliterated. Those are the most formative times of their life, 15, 16, 17, 18. They were forced to wear masks. They had to do school through Zoom. They saw...
So they just keep talking about that and then make them feel like they're victims. Just like they do with white guys in MAGA. That's so crazy. The whole world is out to get you. It's so hard to be a white guy. It's okay, your voice matters. You should vote MAGA. We're taking away your rights. That's what diversity inclusion is. Just taking away jobs from hardworking white people who are smarter and better than you. Or better than them. How dare they? That's crazy, dude. And then they're doing the same thing to the fucking young kids. These were your most formative years. They locked you in a classroom that were or in your home, and you had to talk with your friends on Zoom, and life was so hard, and like this is why you have mental issues, and this is why, you know, you can't talk to a girl, and like if only the government didn't do this to you. If only, like, okay, dude, that's crazy. It's just a manipulation through and through. And he's spelling it out right here as clear as day. No one gives a shit.
15, 16, 17, 18. They were forced to wear masks. They had to do school through Zoom. They saw friends that, many of whom that took their life. Our suicide rates went up exponentially. And also on top of that, we had this insane race stuff in America during 2020, otherwise known as Floydapalooza, where we decided to burn our country because a guy...
Oh my God. I hate that I have to defend BLM all the time, because it was a dog shit group of people that did nothing to actually help Black lives. I hate it. I hate it so much because I'm against BLM. But the goal of what BLM was good. Standing up the police brutality and over policing, especially in black areas, and to have us take a look at the way that our police officers operate in these environments. If anything, it showed that we need to give more funding to these departments, give more training to those people. Like, it was actually a good thing, and more people agree. But they were only taking it like that. Right. Man, by and large, a majority of BLM was good. There were a few cases of bad shit happening. This isn't that complicated. Like, people have memory holds BLM, and like they've bought into the propaganda around it. When they say mostly peaceful protests, they were right. Whether we like the fact that a few cities had massive destruction done to them, this is also true. The tensions were high. People were locked in their homes. There was a massive pandemic going on. People felt lied to. And some people used the BLM riots as a vector to like let out that aggression in ways that were catastrophic for our civilization. This isn't just a left issue. People on the right were out doing BLM. People on the left were doing BLM. Independents were doing BLM. You had like senators from the Republican Party doing BLM. Like, it wasn't just all liberals went out there and started torching cities. It's like, what world do we live in that this is the reality that they actually view this event from? Like, it's fucking crazy.
In America during 2020, otherwise known as Floydapalooza, where we decided to burn our country because a guy drug overdosed on the streets of Minneapolis. And that's true, he did drug overdose, not just my opinion. Just read the medical examiner report, the Hennepin County medical examiner report. And so then all of a sudden we decided to like commit cultural suicide and throw statues. By the way, in London, they like threw a statue into the river or something because we're systemically racist. I'm sorry, our two countries are the two least racist countries ever to exist in the history of the world. And you guys should also be thanking the Lord that you have someone like William Wilberforce to look up to, and you should be building statues to Wilberforce, not taking down statues of your history, because it's thanks to Western values that we abolish slavery, and the world is a profoundly better place because of that worldview, and we as conservatives are unafraid to tell that story and that truth.
So you've condemned the Civil Rights Act of 1964 as a huge mistake.
Correct.
Why do you believe it was a mistake to
Oh my God. The Civil Rights Act is a mistake? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I'll say nothing crazy, Will. It's okay. He can't hurt anybody anymore.
1964 as a huge mistake.
Correct.
Why do you believe it was a mistake to pass anti-discrimination legislation? And what do you think would be better policy for being treated fairly and equally, which you see as an American principle?
Yeah, nothing against the intent, but it was too broadly written, and it played into something called disparate impact. Disparate impact was woven within the Civil Rights Act, and disparate impact basically says if two racial groups have different outcomes, the answer must be racism. It does not allow any legal nuance. So there are four components to, quote unquote, the anti-racist regime of America. I don't pretend to know what goes on in this country. I could just talk about America. I'm sure that's fine. And it's four components: affirmative action, critical race theory, DEI, and disparate impact. Those are the kind of the four.
Oh my God, bro. You are a buzzword machine. Like, holy fuck.
Components: affirmative action, critical race theory, DEI, and disparate impact. Those are the kind of the four components. All of them have their
Nikki, what's up, girl?
Subsection. The Civil Rights Act led the way to affirmative action, which is weaponized, quote unquote, reverse racism against Asian and white people. And the Civil Rights Act also blazed the trail for disparate impact as a legal theory, basically saying that if black Americans are doing worse in a group, it might not be because of marital differences or cultural differences or single motherhood issues. It must be racism.
Bro, we had red zoning laws. We were lynching black people in the 60s, the 50s, and the 40s. Like, what are you talking about? We wouldn't let... Like, we needed to pass legislation so we would treat these people as our equals, and we had to do so by force. Because that's what law is, by the way. A law is a form of force to dictate and control what you do. And Americans were so fucking racist that we need to pass a law to stop killing black people in our country. That's actually more disgusting. It's actually disgusting that we required this in the first place. What? Shitty argument. Oh my God. Sorry.
And so because of that, the Civil Rights Act was too broadly written. It's now being applied in my country as a way to get rid of voter integrity, to get rid of election integrity, get rid of voter ID. The Civil Rights Act is also now being applied to put men in female locker rooms. So the intent, it should have been a single page or a 2-page bill to say that you cannot discriminate against based on the color of somebody's skin, period, end of story. Instead, we get a multiple 100-page bill with lots of chapters and lots of...
Right, because it's a complicated issue that affects more than just like pure discrimination. And we need to find different ways to incorporate it into our life. Complicated problems require complicated solutions. You can't just say no discrimination, because we need to define these things more. Like, why is it like when it comes to like so many issues that they care about and the things that they want to go into the weeds and like sparse it out and make a complicated answer for something that they care about. But then when it's like time on the flip side, they say too vague, too broad. It's like, okay.
of lesser known amendments that created basically a permanent anti-racist bureaucracy within our federal government to go find racism where it doesn't exist and create it new places where otherwise did not exist.
Oh my God. So that doesn't mean anything. And honestly, yes, I would love to have a branch of our government exist as an anti-racism branch to where they find racism, they can quell racism. I'm cool with that. Hell yeah, dude. I wish that was the case. But instead, you're just lying to me and giving me like a dream of a reality that doesn't exist. Yeah, dude, it's just power. That's all they care about.
Government to go find racism where it doesn't exist and create it new places where otherwise did not exist.
So you've described Martin Luther King Jr. as awful, not a good person, even though many conservative commentators have spoken in support of what he says, including his quote, where they will be judged about his children, where they will not be judged by...
Like, the man was like a pastor, a religious person. Like, Kirk should be like in love with MLK. What the fuck?
By the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Statement. He was right there.
So does his speech and his general ethos not then agree with your views on DEI?
No, I've complimented him as well, but I mean, first of all, he was a personally morally flawed man. And to be fair, a lot of people I sometimes look up to are morally flawed. But
you are morally flawed. Your president is morally flawed. What the fuck? In your religion, everyone is morally flawed. That's why you're not supposed to cast judgment.
His general ethos not then agree with your views on DEI?
No, I've complimented him as well, but I mean, first of all, he was a personally morally flawed man. And to be fair, a lot of people I sometimes look up to are morally flawed. But also, I mean, we're all morally flawed. We're all sinners. I would hope actually, many of you probably don't believe in God, so never mind. Look, Martin Luther King, in a lot of different ways, had a promise of a colorblind America. I don't want to go too deep into this because I don't know how, maybe it's very interesting to UK students about MLK, but there is a mythology around.
Yeah, you don't want to go too deep into that because universally, MLK is looked at as a good guy, doesn't want to get into the weeds when it makes him look bad. Dumb motherfucker! America! Fuck yeah! We're a disappointment.
Around MLK that does not warrant the reverence that he gets treated with in America. Should he be mentioned amongst lots of people in the 20th century that was complicated and at the end of his life advocated for a more communistic view and then actually got away from race blindness and actually got towards race obsession? I'm totally cool with that. He did some...
I'm supposed to do the front gutter say. I'm going to be in and out of chat. I'll have my phone sitting around unless I knock it down or something. I'm listening. Just going to be AFK. All right, darling. Be safe, Nikki.
Great things. He did some things that were not so great. In America, though, you must understand, he is looked to as the new founding father. The main contention that I have with the Civil Rights Act and the Civil Rights Movement and how it ended, not how it started, is that we refounded the country fundamentally. We cast aside our founding roots and our founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, and we decided to basically usher in the Civil Rights Act as a new anti-racist dogma, creed, and I find something fundamentally wrong with that. Our birth certificate as Americans is the Declaration and the law of the land is tied with the U.S. Constitution. It was not the Civil Rights Act. And so with all of that to say, we have a national holiday to MLK. We got rid of a national holiday for our first president and our founding father, George Washington. We used to call it Washington's birthday. Now we call it President's Day in our country. So that's just maybe some...
Yeah, because we're celebrating all of our presidents instead of just won. And also because George Washington never wanted to be like treated like a king or deified. He just wanted to get free of the Brits. Like, okay.
Context to answer that question.
So you tweeted ahead of the January 6th Capitol attack that Turning Point USA and Students for Trump were sending more than 80 buses of patriots to DC to fight for this president, although it ended up being 7. Do you see your claims, including that the election was stolen, as contributing to January the 6th?
I mean, it's somewhat of an irrelevant question, but no, of course not. In fact, our students were the ones that didn't even go to the Capitol and peacefully went home. But I mean, how deep into January 6th do you want to get? It wasn't an insurrection by any means whatsoever. There were some people that acted totally improperly.
And they were fucking pardoned.
And they should not assault police officers or break windows. But there were also a lot of people that walked into the Capitol building and the doors were open for them and they walked
they weren't.
Between the queued lines that were there and said a prayer. And these are the people that walk around with pocket constitutions, and they were smeared in the largest witch hunt and manhunt, I should say, the largest manhunt in American law enforcement history that resulted in 1,300 arrests of non-violent offenders that walked into the People's House in the United States Capitol building. While
they were not allowed to be there while we were certifying the vote after the election had been done. All of the court cases were settled. There was nothing for them to be there to do. You were not allowed on the grounds. You're not allowed to prevent the peaceful transfer of power.
Violent crime rose in almost every major city in the country. And so I don't know how much, maybe I'm sure there'll be a question on January 6th. So
you've compared...
Man, he ran from that topic super quick. Holy fuck.
Same-sex sexual behavior to drug and alcohol use and described it as an error and said you don't agree with the lifestyle. How would you justify these comments whilst also speaking about welcoming gay people into the conservative movement?
Well, first, we all have flaws. That's number one. But number two, how do I...
Being gay is a flaw? That's so cool. Like, I'm so glad that, like, he gets to give that message to gay conservatives and then gay conservatives just have to eat it up. I'm so glad that that's what exists. They have to just believe that they have a flaw. That's so awesome.
Justify, it doesn't matter what Charlie Kirk believes. That's a view derived from Scripture. And so it's the Bible talks very clearly about God's natural order. We see this reflected in the natural law. Some of my closest friends and closest people that work with me alongside Turning Point USA participate in a same-sex lifestyle, and that's their own prerogative. But if you ask me what I believe and why I believe it, it's derived straight from Scripture.
And you've spoken of marriage as between one man and one woman, even whilst polls have consistently shown most Americans as in support of same-sex marriage. How would you respond to critics regarding your position on this?
I don't derive my morality from up or down vote.
How would you respond to criticism that far-right-wing discourse, particularly online, is inflamed by organizations such as Turning Point USA and your rhetoric, even as you condemn attendance of neo-Nazis at your events?
I don't even know how to respond to that. I mean, how do I respond to critics that I'm inflaming tensions? If the truth inflames you, you have a problem. It's not my problem.
But you don't tell the truth. You lie unabashedly. And you attack people unabashedly. And you have a massive platform and you operate with like no like morality whatsoever. Like, okay.
What do you see as the role of an institution such as Turning Point USA in shaping national discourse? And what do you think is next for the organization in terms of what you discuss?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're very known for hopefully what we'll see here, which is respectful dialogue. We have an open mic on campuses. I did over 100 hours of campus debates this semester, seen billions of times around the world. And yeah, look, as far as conservatism, we plan to win. And for the 3 conservatives that are here tonight, I hope you guys get your mojo back. This was once a great country. I want to see it great again. You guys are a husk of your former self. You guys...
What the fuck, man?
You can laugh and sneer all you want, but the country that split the atom and invented the steam engine and eradicated slavery and brought common law to the world can do a lot better than this. And you are your
He's just pandering while also morally like grandstanding. That's so cool.
existence led to our existence. And for whatever I can do, I hope that this country finds a leader or a group of leaders. I'm not here to give you political advice. I hate when foreigners do that to Americans. You guys do whatever you want. But I do have a wish that the world feels like it's missing something. It feels like it's missing something when Great Britain or England or whatever politically correct thing I have to say, because I guess England, I can't fly an English flag now or whatever nonsense that is. Like, be proud of your heritage. You've done good for the world. Stop apologizing. Get your energy, get your vitality, get what made England and made Great Britain such a phenomenal.
Like, you can be proud of the things you've done, but that doesn't mean you ignore the problems that you've caused as well. You need to be judged for the actions that you make, positive or negative.
Place. I hope you get that back, and I hope that you reject the swan song of multiculturalism and get back to the fundamental truism that a strong Britain means a strong world, and therefore a strong West, and we can stand up for what is good, true, and beautiful.
Would you agree with commentators that your politics have become more conservative in recent years, and what's caused this shift?
Yes. Partially, honestly, getting married and having children, something that I hope all of you do. Getting married and having children is an objective good thing for yourself and for society, and for, of course, your children. The fact that we're having less children in the West is a very alarming trend. And as I got more conservative, as I got married and I started to have a couple kids, I started to realize this is what I'm fighting for. And I understand the threats against their well-being and their livelihood. And then also I got more serious about my faith.
So you've spoken...
So you're saying having kids makes you crazy. Got it. Time to avoid that.
Today against affirmative action in educational institutions. How would you propose making excellence in education more equitable for students from disadvantaged backgrounds?
IQ tests.
IQ tests? What the fuck? Not even try harder. It's even worse.
More equitable for students from disadvantaged backgrounds.
IQ tests.
And do you see equal treatment as possible without considering...
No, just so we're clear, IQ tests don't have anything to do with background. I mean, meaning like, okay, if you have somewhat of an equal nutritional capacity, it doesn't matter how much you study or you get an IQ, maybe you can get an IQ tutor and boost it by a couple points, but we should bring back IQ tests in the West. Please continue.
I was just going to say, do you see it as possible without considering any external factors for students when applying for higher education, such as economic background?
Well, external factors can be factored in, but affirmative action isn't that. At least in America, I don't know how it works here. Affirmative action in America is...
Walking, yeah, dude, what the fuck?
So it was, we struck it down at the Supreme Court, thankfully, race-based, which is that a certain melanin content gets you certain points, and a certain melanin content gets you demerits.
Great. We're going to move now to...
Okay. Am I stand here?
Yeah,
okay, great.
At the dispatch.
Thank you.
Yeah, the one. We're going to move on to our questions. Our first question is from Zinaisha Zubair from Sydney, Sussex. Come up and ask a question.
Yeah, get him! Take your hand and fucking slam flap his balls, bro. Just slap happy of that shit. Like it called you a slur.
Remember, you have the right of response.
I have quite a simple question for you. Now, I know you've debated Dean Withers on Jubilee before.
Hell yeah, dude. I love me some Dean Withers. Well, I used to.
I was wondering why you now refuse to engage with further debate with him.
Wait, hold on. First of all, he's coming on my show this summer, and let me get this straight. I flew 5,000 miles across the world to have you ask why I'm not going to debate a left-wing YouTuber.
Well, yeah. I mean, he continuously...
So why are you pivoting? Why don't you just answer the question? Like, what the fuck?
Tries to get your attention at your campus.
Yeah, right. Yeah, again,
you just ignore him.
I've debated him twice in the last calendar year. He's coming on my show this summer. Let me be clear. I came to Cambridge to have you ask me that.
No, you came to Cambridge to have anyone ask you anything about whatever you're doing. Why are you like dodging the debate with Dean? Like, if you're such a like amazing debate guy, and the worst part is now we don't even get to have that because he didn't debate Dean Withers. He said this summer, and then it never happened. He canceled his debate. So again, he continued to dodge him, and then he died.
I mean, you talk about freedom, and I'm just using my freedom of speech to ask you a simple question. You seem to be dodging it for some reason.
No,
yes!
I've debated him twice in the last year.
No. You debated him in a setting where you are protected and he can be voted out by the majority. And if you're a money guy, right, like he is, right, like that's his whole thing. That's his whole shtick. Like, bro, you're a money dude. Like, all you care about is the money, right? And your clips with Dean Withers had the highest views out of all the things you put out there. Like, obviously, if you could debate Dean Withers and make him look like a fool, someone who has like 1 million subscribers, he's not that good at dodging. No, he's not really good at it, but no one ever fucking holds him accountable for it. And the right toys just eat it up. Like the Trumples, they just love this shit. Like, this is why they like him. They based. That's all they do, bro. Like, oh, he got him, the person in the hijab, bro. Based, stay out of America. Like, that's what they do. They don't think there's nothing there. It's crazy.
He's coming on this summer for a long form discussion, but
that never happened because summer is long over. He got capped not in the summer, like in the fall. Where was that debate? Where was it, Charlie? Oh, you're just lying again.
Ask you a simple question. You seem to be dodging it for some reason.
no, I've debated him twice in the last year, and he's coming on this summer for a long form discussion. But is this what I can expect?
Yeah, he's making videos about you avoiding him on your campus debates.
Right. So let me tell you how this works. I do a campus event like at Texas A&M University. I rent it out. I'm there for 3 hours. He shows up demanding to come up to the mic immediately, cutting in line of other students. It's not Joe Biden's America anymore where you can just cut in line and get whatever you want.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? If you're Mr. Super Debate Guy, take him on. You sound like someone who's dodging him, bro. You sound like Hassan right now whenever Destiny's mentioned. Oh, I need to get the fuck out of here. He's not allowed to be on Twitch's platform.
So therefore, I say, excuse me, Dean, we'll talk at another time. He makes this YouTube video as if I'm scared to debate him, even though I debated him twice in the last year.
At Jubilee! Not a fucking sit-down debate with Dean Withers.
Speech to ask you a simple question. You seem to be dodging it for some reason.
No, I've debated him twice in the last year, and he's coming on this summer for a long-form discussion. But is this what I can expect?
Yeah, he's making videos about you avoiding him on your campus debates.
Right. So let me tell you how this works. I do a campus event like at Texas A&M University. I rent it out. I'm there for 3 hours. He shows up demanding to come up to the mic immediately, cutting in line of others.
Even if this is true, just debate him and he'll leave. You're so good at it. You can push him away in seconds, right?
Students. It's not Joe Biden's America anymore where you can just cut in line and get whatever you want. So therefore, I say, excuse me, Dean, we'll talk at another time. He makes this YouTube video as if I'm scared to debate him, even though I debated him twice in the last year. Does that sufficiently answer your question?
No.
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My God, she wanted to stab him in the throat. Dean would cook his ass 100%. Dean might be a super soft, sensitive boy, but I mean, he at least deals in the realm of facts fairly well, and he's young enough to where he can remember all of them. That crazy son of a bitch.
Our next question is from James Loveridge from Anglo-Ruskin University.
Hell yeah, buddy. I like this guy. He's got a little plump face. He looks like one of the homies. I mean, he's still too skinny, though.
So, firstly, thank you for coming here, Charlie. It's nice to meet you. So my question is, I am a Conservative and I did back Trump in 2024, but I'm troubled that the GOP refuses to hold him accountable for his
Hell yeah! A reasonable conservative. The throat, too soon.
personal and legal failings. And how can we claim to stand for moral values and the Constitution while excusing behaviour that we condemn from the left? Isn't it the hypocrisy undermining our credibility, especially with the next generation?
Yes!
What specifically do you have issue with?
Well, the countless things that he's done.
The what?
Stormy Daniels.
Stormy Daniels, nulling voting due process, the Electoral Count Act, or the electoral plot. Like, bro, like, come on, bro. Like, he's done a lot of fucked up shit. Like, sending the National Guard to states that aren't asking for it, trying to, like, withhold funding from, like, California during, like, the fires. Like, to also then, like, what was the other one? Oh, yeah, trying to force the mayor of New York to, like, play ball with his bullshit. Like, come on, bro. Directing his DOJ to go after his enemies. Claus, yeah.
The bus interview that he put down to locker room talk. You know, his multiple legal values, filings.
And what would you like to see them do? And you voted for this man. So,
no, I can't vote for him.
Whatever, you said you voted, or whatever, I don't know. Plenty of Americans, I don't know, you said you supported him, so...
Yeah.
Is that correct? Maybe I'm putting...
No, that's
you
correct.
Supported
Yeah.
I mean, all right, so this guy's got a shit argument, because all of these happened before 2024, and he still supported them. So why did you still support him with all of that information? Some of this came out in 2016, 2020. Like, why are you still supporting him if all of these things are true and they're not holding him accountable?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I supported him on some of his policies and him, but a lot of Conservatives, I'm not saying you personally, but a lot of Conservatives refuse to call him out or critique him on anything and will ignore that straight away.
I mean, I critique him. He's a friend of mine. I might critique him. I don't think Canada should be the 51st state. We have enough liberals in America.
Okay, that was actually a good line from his.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, cheers.
But he doesn't really critique him. Like, this dude gets on board with, like, everything that he does. Like, when Donald Trump does a terrible thing on, like, Truth Social, Charlie Kirk would be right there defending it immediately. And anyone who called it out, he'd call you immoral or monsters or fascist.
Our next question is from Kai Bevan at Trinity Hall.
Look at that. He looked back at that guy, and this guy's like, what the fuck was that? Like, they just think they're winning, dude. It's crazy.
Right, so thank you for coming, Charlie. My question to you, I mean, I'm a medical student, and so I'm going to throw out the big A word. I know you get asked about it a lot, but I want to hear from you what your opinion is on abortion.
Life begins at conception.
But about abortion specifically, why do you think abortion's wrong specifically?
Well, you agree murder is wrong?
I agree. Okay, so this...
Not necessarily, because murder is like a preloaded word. Definitionally, murder is wrong. We call, like, murder is when you kill someone unjustifiably. Like, that's what a murder is. Like, so, like, sometimes killing people can be okay. Like, if someone breaks into your house, you can shoot them in the face. The Bible says at first breath, but okay, Charlie. Like, if someone breaks into your house and they try to kill you, like, you have every right. You have, like, a moral imperative to, like, imperative. No. Oh, no. I'm losing words from my ability to speak. No, you like, dude, you have, like, a moral obligation to defend your life. Like, self-preservation is a thing. It's his book. Bro. Come on, dude.
...is wrong specifically.
Well, you agree murder is wrong?
I agree. Okay, so this is where we get to the question, right? Because What is it about murder you say is wrong? Like, why is murder wrong?
Well, because it's a human being, not just because it has consciousness or because it's of a certain age.
So he's like preloading the argument because he knows that this guy's argument is going to be about consciousness, because that's what mine is. I'm pro-abortion up till probably 20 weeks. And then after 20 weeks, I'm like, you know, at that point they have consciousness because they're supposed to like, you know, be like, they're supposed to actually develop consciousness between 20 to 24 weeks. So to be safe, 20 weeks seems like a decent cutoff. That seems fine to me.
Because it's a human.
Well, what is it that gives human being this moral worth?
Not its consciousness necessarily.
Mm-hmm. At least he knows what the argument that he's going to make is, so he's going to try and pivot the fuck out of this.
I didn't say it's consciousness.
I know that. I can imagine it's because it is a human being, because that has a soul.
And what is this soul? Where does this come from? This idea that...
Oh, he's Jordan Peterson him, bro. Every response, he wants to dive into the weeds. Hell yeah, brother.
Exactly. I mean, again, the Greeks postulated that it is the entirety of your being. Okay, you guys can laugh. I mean, it's true. I mean, every civilization has had a different belief, but agreed upon ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West and what the birth certificate of my country articulates, is that every human being is more than just matter. It's more than just a clump of cells.
Except you're like willing to null and void those human beings if they're not citizens, right? Because like, that's why we're deporting people without due process. So it's not about human beings. It's about the human beings that you like. Okay.
But it also has an invisible element to you that will live beyond you.
Fine. So, I mean, can you say that comes from the Bible, or where else do you get that from?
Ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West. And again, the Declaration of Independence mentions God 4 times. The founders were explicitly believed, not in a secular morality, but a divinely given one.
No, they did not. Okay. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me go a little longer.
At least this idea that there is a God and you are not him. And let me ask you, what is the first stage of human development?
So this is the thing, right? We can take it from the sperm being generated in the father and the oocyte being generated in the mother, right? They fuse at birth, conception, sorry. The only thing that happens at conception is these 2 cells fuse.
Right? No, DNA is created. A zygote.
DNA is not created.
A DNA, no, that's not true. The DNA, DNA coding at the zygote. Hold on, time out.
I'll let you finish.
Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Charlie,
does a zygote have a unique...
He's going to hang on the one point because, like, when the 2 DNAs combine, it creates a new entity. So that's going to be his shtick here. He's going to say that like it's created at birth because it's got a unique marker from the parents. It's like an individual at that point.
You have to let me speak. You have
to answer it, yes or no. Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Define a unique marker.
Meaning, can you differentiate the DNA coding between the mother and the zygote if you examine it under a deoxyribonucleic acid analysis? Can you?
Only purely because the addition comes from the father.
Oh, so it is something different.
Charlie, DNA is not created. DNA is not created. You have the father has his own genome, the mother has her own genome. They fuse. This is why you have the same characteristics, similar ones to your mother, similar ones to your father. That's why you have similar characteristics to your siblings. DNA is not created, right? So when you ask me where does a human being come from, I can say to you it starts at conception, but all conception is these 2 cells joining, right? But these 2 cells were created, the mother's cells were created long before, they were created when she was a fetus. So there's none of this DNA being produced, right? So we can't establish. The only thing that happens at conception is these two cells fuse. Now this idea that means that for some reason suddenly that moral worth comes in, but it wasn't there before when you had these 2 cells who had half the DNA. But suddenly there's a
correct. Yes, something magical happens at that.
It's not magical, Charlie. We know about this.
It's called science, bitch.
Well, hold on.
Charlie.
Time out. Hold on.
Charlie, I promise you, I'm not trying to score points. I'm not trying to score points on you. This is genuine.
We call it the miracle of life for a reason. We've not been able to yet replicate human life development outside of the womb.
What the fuck does that have to do with this? What the fuck?
We call it the miracle of life because yes, it's something beautiful, the ability to form a new...
Magical.
It's not... You say magical as in, oh, it's beautiful, it's an incredible thing that happens, of course. But it's not incredible in the sense we don't know what's going on. There's no new DNA coming out of nowhere.
Hold on, but time out. Isn't there a separate DNA though than the mother? Like,
yes, from the father.
Okay, yes, but it's not the father's DNA either. A new coding is created.
Charlie,
you are a blend of the two. And so when did your life begin?
Okay, so
when did your life begin?
I mean, again, this comes from what you define as where life starts. You can say life starts at conception, but I'm telling you, I believe that's just an arbitrary point, right? That's just the moment these two cells fuse. Now, you say about this mother thing. So the way DNA is arranged in a cell is it's arranged in chromosomes. Chromosomes are paired up.
My boy is locking in, bro. His eyes are scaring the fuck out of me, dude.
So you have one from the mother, one from the father, typically, in a healthy individual, right? Now, you can take those maternal chromosomes out and you can find that this is who the person's mother is. And you can do the same with the father. Now, the reason you are different to your mother and father is because some of those chromosomes express genes that are different from each other. And so those genes interact and that's what gives rise to you, right? But there's no space for any kind of moral framework to come into that until you consider that a human being is capable of consciousness and of suffering. But if you take that out of the equation, the fact that these two DNA, whatever they call molecules, right? These two DNA molecules are fusing, that does not suddenly flip a switch that attributes moral worth to that individual. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to score points. I'm trying to understand.
By what moral standard do you believe that?
I believe that if an individual is capable of suffering.
Now he wants to get into the weeds, a philosophy question where he derives his morals so that he can say that his morals are man-made and his morals come from the book. Even though his morals come from a book that he, like, when he reads it, he perceives it through his own ego and his id and his own defense mechanisms. So his morals are man-made as well, but he doesn't believe that. They are both deriving their morals from their own, like, individual perception of the world. But he thinks he's standing on solid ground, and he thinks that this man's crazy. They're both deriving their morals from, like, themselves.
Suffering, then it's wrong. Now, can I explain my opinion on abortion, just so you can understand? I would agree, as many reasonable people would, that at 9 months, it's unreasonable to expect someone to get an abortion, right? Unless you have some extreme circumstances. But for an elective abortion seems a bit radical to me. But it also seems radical to say that a woman who has just, the cells have just fused, to deny her of an abortion also seems wrong to me. Because that zygote is not capable of suffering, as far as we know.
So by what moral standard? Is that just your opinion? Where did you get that moral standard from?
I didn't mean to, bro. I think it just turned off on its own. But yeah, usually I have that on so I can see where the fuck it is, because I lose my mouse all the time, bro. I'm old, brother.
Suffering is a bad thing. We all know suffering is a bad thing. That's an objective fact, right?
Well, hold on. So you do believe in objective morality?
I believe that suffering is an objectively negative.
So if you can't feel it, is it okay?
What do you mean if you can't?
You can't feel the pain, is it okay to inflict the pain?
In the sense that if no one's suffering from it, if you have a scenario where nobody is suffering from something, then yes, of course. Something is only a moral question if it affects someone's well-being.
Oh, so let me just make sure I understand this correctly. That if it doesn't affect their well-being, so dementia patients that don't know who they are or where they're from, can we execute dementia patients because they're confused about their well-being?
We do that. What do you mean?
Can you imagine a scenario?
Or Alzheimer's patients.
Charlie,
Alzheimer's patients don't really know much about anything. Can we schedule them for execution because they can't technically suffer?
No, respond. So can you imagine a scenario where we lived in a society where we killed people when they suffered from dementia, were incapable of suffering, and we killed them, right? It's not a scenario that involves an absence of suffering. There's still suffering involved. Imagine you grow up thinking, my dad could be killed at any moment because he's going to get dementia. Okay,
that was a good pivot from his point. They may not have undue suffering or physical suffering on the person that you're killing, but like the suffering or emotional suffering it can cause to those around will still contribute to suffering, so killing them would be wrong. That was a good one. He brought up a counter argument, his counter argument. That was good.
Imagine living your life thinking, I could get dementia and suddenly I'd be killed by my state.
Imagine a world where you slaughter 1 million babies every year in America.
Charlie!
They're not babies yet, you dipshit. They don't have the human element called consciousness. That's what we're asking you. Yeah, meanwhile, they say euthanasia for the homeless is an idea. They're saying it also for, like, mentally ill people or people with autism or any form of learning disabilities at this point. Well, these guys don't believe in anything they say. They're like, it's okay to kill people we deem, as their words, retarded. Like, okay, dude. Okay, dude. All right, that's cool, I guess.
Charlie, it's not slaughter. That's the problem.
Hold on. If it's a forcible removal from the umbilical cord of another human life, again.
Not a human life. In order to be a human, you need to have consciousness.
We have clarity but not agreement. Biologically, you know that your entire coding began at conception. Your coding,
no, that's
or
what,
uniqueness.
That's what I'm denying. I disagree with that.
Okay, when those two cells fused together, to use your terminology,
yes,
that is where the process of human
accepted terminology.
In the interest of time, can we bring this question to a close?
The process of human development objectively begins at that moment. Therefore, those human beings are deserving of human rights. We keep going, or do you want to?
No, thank you. Yeah, you can finish.
The process of development begins from the moment the sperm is being generated in the father, the moment the eggs are being generated in the mother. To say that suddenly the moral worth switches on when they fuse doesn't make any sense. That's just a point you've taken.
It makes perfect sense, because that is when your journey as a human being, when the sperm and egg were separate, you were not yet a fused.
Also, if you want to look at body language, like the way that he's standing could easily be attributed to like he's pulling back from the conversation because he doesn't give a fuck about anything he says. Meanwhile, he's leaning forward into the conversation. That's crazy.
Human being. You were not created uniquely.
DNA existed.
Your
DNA existed. I thought.
Well, no, the parts of your DNA existed. Your DNA did not exist. It's like saying that we have a full car just because we have all the parts. It was not yet put together.
Oh my God, we go to the car analogy. God damn it. Why is these conversations always the same?
Until conception happens and the zygote was formed. Thank you. I think we have to get.
Can we move on to the next question, please? Thank you. Thank you. Our fourth question tonight is from Rudy Ellis-Jones from Emmanuel College.
Hell yeah.
Hello, thank you for coming to today's talk. So my question, as someone studying archaeology and biological anthropology, I've learned that moral...
Oh, fuck, you need to run for the hills, bro. Run for the hills.
...codes and social norms have always been fluid, shaped by time, culture, power. So many...
Oh my God. Charlie, don't do it. Yep, closed off. Yep. I need ice cream for this bullshit. I'll be RP. Hell yeah.
Many ancient and recent societies embrace same-sex relationships and even the idea of third genders well before Western conservatism even existed. So when you claim that modern conservative values represent some kind of universal, objective moral truth, like you said on your chair over there, aren't you just defending a selective, historically recent ideology that erases most of human history and...
Yes! Fucking Cook! Oh, I can't wait to see him fucking squirm his way out of this conversation. It's gonna be pornographic, guys.
I guess people who have always been part of it.
No, but can you point to me of a... And maybe you can educate me. Can you point to me a great power that endorsed same-sex marriage? Not cohabitation, but marriage.
Ancient Mesopotamia.
As marriage. As recognized.
As marriage that exists.
Recognized by the state.
100%.
And how did that work out for them?
It worked out perfectly fine. It was an accepted norm of society.
Okay, I still think it's wrong.
Okay. Swiftly moving on. So you said it was based on scripture and you believe that there are moral,
Correct, yes.
objective, universal truths.
Yes, there are.
So
murder is wrong today and murder was wrong 2,000 years ago.
Right, okay, fair. That's not same-sex, but fair. I see your point. But
there are moral truths that are transcendent of time, place, and matter.
Okay.
Well, not really, because we justify murder all the time, like through self-defense, through war, Like, what are we talking about, man? They're not universal truths mean they're universal. Universal truth means they can never be wrong.
Okay, but so just to clarify, you believe that this is in the Bible. This is laid out in the Bible, that man shall not sleep with man, and so therefore...
Well, it's also repeated throughout the New Testament as well. In the book of Matthew, Jesus reaffirms the biblical standard for marriage.
Okay, so I'm going to make two very, very quick points. So the first, so if we look at the Old Testament in isolation, just to start off with as an example, so let's look at Exodus 35:2, which suggests that if you work on the Sabbath, you should be put to death. If you look at Leviticus 11:7, it suggests that if you have pork, you should be put to death. Let me finish, I'll be done. If you plant two crops side by side, you should be stoned by your entire village. If you wear a suit, which you are wearing now, that contains two different fibers intertwined into the same jacket, you should be burned at the stake by your own mother. Now, following that rationale, in Leviticus 18:22, and it states that man shall not sleep with man, why aren't we burning ourselves at the stake as well? Why aren't we stoning ourselves to death?
I got a crush on this guy right now, guys. And he's gonna be like, because.
Do you care to address my main contention that Christ affirmed biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? And can you tell me the difference between the ceremonial, the moral, and the ritual law? And then finally, also, tell me about Christianity, the difference between
the... they're just going to throw like 500 things at him at one time. Okay.
New and the Old Covenant, or are you just going to cherry pick certain verses of ancient Israel that do not apply to new Christianity?
No, fair. I completely agree. So we'll look at 2 points then. So firstly...
Now he's going to walk him into this because that's why he said, let's start with the Old Testament. Because hopefully he already had a plan for that attack. Because obviously, when you quote the Old Testament back to, Christians, they'll be like, we don't follow that version of the religion anymore, which means they shouldn't follow any version of the religion because you're not allowed to rewrite the religion. But, yeah, dude.
If we look at the Old Testament, we can see the kind of inconsistencies there. We've already touched upon that, right? That makes sense. Secondly, you mentioned the point of Jesus and Christ. He never mentioned anything to do with homosexuality at all.
Well, hold on a second. No, he affirmed biblical marriage as one man and one woman. He said a man shall leave his
Romans,
father's
right?
house.
In the New Testament.
No, in Matthew, that is not correct. I believe
in the New Testament.
In the New Testament. Well, Romans is also in the New Testament. Secondly, in Romans 1, the Apostle Paul talks negatively about homosexuality. Explicitly. Also, homosexuality is repeated in the book of Titus and in the book of Jude as not being favorable as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not even talking about the Old Testament verses. There are 3 types of the 613 Levitical laws, and you of course, in your own way, cherry-picked some of them. We do not live under the ceremonial, we do not live under the ritual, but we do live under the moral. There's only 10 of the moral that we as Christians believe we're bound to. Some believe 9, which of course is the Decalogue. And so none of those that you mentioned we as Christians believe that we live under. However, we do look at what Christ...
Damn, Nikki, no, be safe!
Christ articulated as the biblical standard of marriage. And we can also look to church tradition for this as well. And the church has had a tradition for well over 2,000 years. Even myself as a Protestant acknowledges that tradition is marriage between one man and one woman.
But the church tradition isn't the Bible, bro.
And fair point. But, okay, say we put aside the Old Testament for now. We'll put that aside.
I guess I won't need my vibrator today. Hell yeah, girl!
And the inconsistencies there, and we'll look purely at the New Testament following your rationale, okay? Now, when you say that Christ lays specifically, and the New Testament states specifically that man shall not sleep with man, I'd like to point out a linguistic error on that point.
I did not say that. I said the biblical marriage was affirmed, and then Romans 1 did talk negatively about the action of homosexuality.
But ultimately, that affirmation comes from 8 lines in there that suggest that man shall not sleep with man.
Yes, of course, yes. The Old Testament and New Testament harmonized one another, but Christ brought it to a different level, a different covenant, and a different moral teaching. It wasn't just enough to say that you shall, man shall strike eye for eye, so that you shall turn the other cheek, that you shall love your enemy. Christ's moral standard was much more even elevated than that of the Israelites and the Hebrews.
Well, I'm going to ask you whose Bible, okay? Now, your Bible that you use currently is written in the English language, right? Correct?
Well, yeah, the King James Version, yes, thanks to Tyndale.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's written in the English language, which in itself is only, say, 500 years old. Now, but the Christianity in itself, say, is 2,000 years old or even older, yeah? Correct? Now, which means that the Bible was originally written not in English, but in ancient
Koine Greek.
Huh?
In Koine Greek.
Yeah, correct. Now, if we look at the Greek terminology of man...
Yes, and Jesus spoke Aramaic. You could translate things. You acknowledge that.
Well, we translate things, but translations are linguistically...
Yes, he knows every point that Charlie's bringing up.
ambiguous. As a former classicist, I know that language can't be translated directly. So, for example, if we look at the translation of certain words into man, so I've got two words here. So I've got malakoi, which means essentially soft, which isn't necessarily directly saying a gay man. And then we've got, oh God, how do I say that? Arsena koitai, which essentially means prostitutes. Now, if we look at things linguistically, we can pick apart the Bible and say that actually it wasn't saying man shall not sleep with man, it's saying man shall not sleep with prostitutes, which is an entirely different linguistic thing.
I'm not even getting into Leviticus, though.
But no,
my contention is completely New Testament focused.
This isn't Leviticus.
Yeah, that's not Leviticus. He literally said it's in the Bible. It's literally the same as you're actually quoting.
Well, but you said man shall not speak another man. So you're talking about Romans 1.
Well, okay, these words are used throughout the
right. Well, actually, in Romans 1, it was actually women sleeping with women. So you got your verses wrong. In Romans 1, Paul is prophesying about the end of the world, and he's saying that in the end times, woman will like with woman like, and man will. I think it might say man will like men like. You have to get the verses specifically, but it is agreed upon, and you can agree. This is why tradition is important, and I even say this as a Protestant, is that we believe that Scripture is very important, but also look to tradition. Church tradition has had an unbroken chain affirming matrimony, holy matrimony being one man, one woman.
And now he's moving away from the entire Bible to go in tradition of churches, which are run by people who interpret the Bible and however they want. Like, dude, this guy's a spineless, feckless fuck.
One, even as a non-Catholic, I'm glad that Pope Leo has reaffirmed in the last couple of days. And so I'm not even sure your contention, your point. Are you saying that the Bible doesn't affirm marriage as one man, one woman? Or are you saying church tradition doesn't affirm marriage one man, one woman?
The Bible doesn't affirm.
Yeah,
but clearly doesn't affirm.
That is complete nonsense.
But it's not. It's a linguistic error. And it's debated.
But Christ our Lord, which is the standard, he affirms this idea that you will leave your father's home. Going back to Genesis 12 and this idea of Abraham leaving his father's home, and you will cleave to your wife. That it'll be called.
Oh my God, dude.
One. In fact, this idea of a new creation, which is something that is then used by the Apostle Paul to describe the church of Christ and the bride of the church, and the church being the bride of Christ with Jesus. So I'm not even sure your contention. It is.
But you're just avoiding my point. I'm saying the Bible that we have today is 100% a translation, and a translation.
No, I acknowledge that.
Ambiguous.
And well, hold on. But what about specifically in Matthew or in the book of Romans? And but in order for you to be correct, you mean the church fathers translated it wrong when they were within like 50 years of this. In order for your contention to be correct, you have to say that the early...
Yes, that is an ongoing debate about that fucking version of the Bible. It's been going on for fucking years. Why are we dating people... made up thing.
Church fathers that wrote the early letters to the church, they were translating it wrong, and the tradition they established was wrong. So by then we can lean on tradition and scripture. So when you get tradition plus scripture, you get something that is authentic, that is real, and that is verifiable.
I've already highlighted that tradition does not align with scripture. We've gone back thousands of years to ancient Mesopotamia.
But understand, but at the time they all spoke Greek, they wrote Greek, and they spoke Aramaic. So for example, when they were writing the early...
So were there any politics at the time? Were any of the people that worked in the church like mad at gay people? Like, what the fuck? Like, their interpretation doesn't mean it's correct if you can go back and look at the actual information there.
Early Gospels.
Yeah, bro. When it's stuff he knows, he wants to get as arbitrary as fuck. You just zoom in until like none of it makes sense.
The synoptic gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they were obviously writing in Greek. They knew that language. So in Matthew, when they were writing Greek, and then the early church fathers knew Greek and adopted that as church tradition, we have a 2,000 unbroken chain.
Yeah, but years later, dude, words change in 50 years, right? Like, we've seen that happen. Every generation, we have new versions of words. Like, okay.
I think you would irrefutably say that it was the teachings of Christ for one man and one woman. Because the...
No, you can't, or else people wouldn't argue the difference. I think they were all on drugs or schizo.
Church tradition has been unbroken for 2,000 years, and they derived it from scripture of that original language.
You can't argue that. That makes sense. I mean, if we agree to disagree, then why don't we look at biology?
So you know better than the church fathers?
No, I don't. I'm not saying I know better than the church fathers. What I'm saying is, linguistically, there is undeniably an error, regardless of what you say. That is
our lens, maybe, but not from the people when they were making these traditions.
I agree. They may have got that right, but that may not have been their original meaning. What we're saying is the meaning has been warped over time because societal and cultural context, such as the British Empire.
In other words, Twix ice cream bars are bomb.
Start bringing this question to a close, please.
It can be, but that is why tradition matters.
If there is anyone on this planet who should be gay, angry at gay people, it's me, and I'm not. My husband professed love and devotion to me for 32 years. Then he said he was gay and he's leaving. But I'm still loving on him.
Because the tradition, they understood the context.
Tradition is context dependent.
Well, yes and no, because of course tradition is, but if the tradition lasts for 2,000 years, then we look back as to how did they get to that conclusion? How did they reach that verdict? And if
that's crazy, because now you care about rhetoric. Damn bunch of kids walking by, what the fuck? Disgusting normal people, bro. Going to school, learning shit. Kid in the back looks like one of the people I'd be hanging out with. And high school was a wild time, bro. Be gone, kids. I love them and want nothing more than be happy. Hell yeah, dude.
If that verdict is in alignment with what we see in Scripture, it means that their verdict was correct in Scripture.
They never reached that verdict. As I have historically pointed out, they never reached it.
In all of the major church councils, it was very...
The modern day.
Well, no, I'm talking about in like 300 and 400 and 500. The original
Which in the scale of 2,000 years is nothing.
I just realized what I would have named this video. And I don't think it's going to go over well, and I think it's going to get me in a lot of trouble. No, maybe I shouldn't name it that, because then I can't monetize it. I was going to say the name of this video is going to be Charlie Kirk's first assassination. Jesus, kids. What the fuck? How long is this class? Why are there so many of them? What the fuck? Are they going for like a full day walk? Is that what they're doing right now? Take all the kids out and walk them? No wonder people in Canada are skinny. Jesus Christ, dude. It's still... This is wild. You know... You normies. Hell yeah, dude. I'm angry at a person, not the label. That's the way it has to be. You have to treat an individual responsible for their actions instead of their movement. Holy crap. I want to go get a wrist rocket and just start fucking tagging kids. That'd be hilarious. But that'd be wrong. Oh man, that guy was already bald in high school. That's scary. Poor kid. Poor kid.
No, but they set this unbroken chain. We've had an unbroken chain in a course that says that marriage is one man and one woman. The church has never...
That is no justification to continue to do the actions. What the fuck? Just because it's been one way for a while doesn't mean it needs to stay that way. You can base an entire fucking view off of a terrible argument and then hold on to that view for as long as possible until proven wrong. Excuse me, by the way. That guy is creepy. He's just over there watching the kids walk by. Bro. Stop following him, you creep. You look like a pedophile, bro. Anyway.
Never wavered on this.
Noted by the British Empire under British form of Christianity.
I'm talking all the way back to like 200 or 300. The idea of biblical...
Hold on, but you said the word, like, yes. You said that we can't call upon Leviticus and all that stuff. Like, you see how, like, now he's like for the structure of the Old Testament? Because, like, well, for all this time, like, for him, it's like a continual passage. But, like, totally make me enraged? Exactly. Like, the idea that, like, we can't use Leviticus to explain how, like, God and Christianity and all this shit is morally disgusting and monstrous. Like, he could just say, oh, well, we don't follow that version of the Bible, but then he gets to claim the hierarchy of that Bible and the time frame of it. That doesn't make sense. You would have to count it as just the 500 years. You can't go like, oh, yeah, we get to say the whole 2,000 years of all of Christianity. You have to claim what came after the Reformation and only that. You don't get to absorb the culture of a thing that you don't take responsibility for. What the fuck are we talking about? You're a dipshit.
Christianity goes back to the early times of the church when it was a scattered, persecuted church well before King Justinian and well before the Eastern Roman Empire, well before mass conversions. When it was a persecuted church, the church believed in one man, one woman, and because they got it from the scripture itself. Do we want to keep going, or?
Can we move on to the next question, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Why does he keep looking back at his handler? Is he in a hostage situation? Like, look back at this.
Do we want to keep going, or?
Can we move on to the next question, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
He looks back, and this dude nods. Why? He's done that after every one. Is this guy, like, controlling you, Charlie? Was this why you were assassinated? Were you assassinated because you had someone, like... Maybe Candace Owens is... No, I'm joking. He's fucking crazy.
Thank you. Our next question is from Damsith Wimalasena from Lucy Cavendish College. Thank you.
Now he's looking back again to check out his daddy.
Hello, Charlie.
And then another nod at him.
Thank you for being.
Why was he looking at him so lovingly there? Like, he wasn't even acknowledging the person in front of him. Is it because he's Indian, bro? Does Charlie, like, you know what, dude? His racism is showing.
Here, just before I start with my question, I wanted to address something you said earlier on sort of Western Christian values being the reason for the abolishment of slavery globally. I'm not sure whether you know this. I've seen you repeating this quite often. I'm a practicing Buddhist, and it was actually Buddhism, Buddhist emperors, Emperor Ashoka of India, who first abolished slavery globally. So I would sort of ask you to sort of look at other sort of...
I will look into that. He did it globally? They had that much, the Buddhists had that much span?
Yeah, globally was a misspeak there, buddy.
Of influence?
You should have said he was the first global power to do it.
Oh, within India.
Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, my first question, or my only question is, you've advocated and applauded...
Blink if I'm in trouble.
the reducing and removing of public funding for universities on the grounds they promote ideological biases. Given that universities play a critical role in driving national innovation, research, and upward mobility, especially through federally funded grants, how do you reconcile this position with the broader societal value that higher education institutes offer?
Well, they can, but in Harvard's case, for example, who's getting their funding pulled, they have a $50 billion endowment. Just so we are clear, in pounds, that would be like what, 42 billion, 45 billion? I mean, I'm trying to learn the conversion rate here. I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of money. They can either use their endowments to fund it, and if you have certain behavior and certain practices, then you should not get federal funding. Harvard is in direct...
This guy looks fucking creepy the more I look at him, bro. Hey, that's what's up, Nikki. It's not my Discord. It's our Discord. That's the TTP. You girls use it more than I do. I feel bad because I'm not in there enough anymore, man.
Violation of the United States Supreme Court fair admissions case, which says you cannot discriminate people based on the color of their skin. Go ahead.
But isn't the whole point of it, you can't use endowments like that. The point of
they can.
The point of an endowment is to manage a fund through perpetuity. Cambridge has an endowment, and that endowment allows professorships to be funded to allow for research into sciences. That's the whole point of an endowment.
Hold on, you just said it funds research into sciences. That's what they should do with their monstrosity of an endowment.
Yeah, but the endowment is...
The interest alone on their endowment could fund the entire research and development budget of most Ivy League schools. They have a $50 billion endowment. Even like a podunk money manager in America can earn a 7 to 10% investment in the markets the last couple of years. That's $5 billion of returns that endowment could then reinvest in whatever they want. Instead, Harvard has become a hedge fund with a radical school attached. And I think that's very wrong for U.S. taxpayers to continue to subsidize.
But it's not just Harvard. You've called on colleges being a scam. You've constantly attacked higher education institutes. You've attacked liberal arts as a scam. For example, like a lot of conservatives, Peter Thiel studied philosophy at Stanford. Ronald Reagan studied sociology. A lot of them did study liberal arts, and you keep undermining these august institutions, which are...
It's because at the end of the day, they're going to send their kids to those liberal arts colleges to get them more educated. And then they're going to ask the working class people to send their kids to trade schools so their kids can afford the services the trade schools people have to do. They want their kids to succeed, so they need less kids to go to colleges, more kids go to, become technicians or a plumber. These industries that are a little bit easier to enter, and they do have some success rates of economic growth, but those success rates are abysmally small. Like, meanwhile, the kids that go to Yale, Harvard, or like any major college, I think they're going to make $1 million more dollars in their lifetime or some shit like that. Or I don't remember what the statistic was, but they are going to, I think, double, if not triple, the amount of money of someone that doesn't, by and large, statistically speaking.
Have provided a lot for society. Like, society's backbones have been universities and higher learning institutes, and yet you keep attacking them.
Well, they used to be largely, but again, I don't want to speak too much about this country, but in America, they don't represent fundamental American values. Peter Thiel, after he graduated Stanford, wrote an entire book criticizing college and then paying people not to go to college. So Peter Thiel, who spoke at this very school, and you guys had a great conversation with him, do you know that he believes college is such a scam? He would pay people $100,000 a year for 20 years straight not to go to college. So not exactly a good argument in your favor. Peter Thiel, who got a philosophy degree, made billions of dollars, and has now forked over tens of millions of dollars for people not to go to U.S. universities and colleges.
Yeah, but it's not just Peter Thiel.
I know, but you mentioned him, I didn't. But to complete the point is that...
Thomas went to, did liberal arts.
Look, in America, there are far too many people going to college. We need people to become welders, electricians, people that work with their hands. There is a major trade deficit problem in the United States. We have 11 million well-paying jobs that we cannot find enough labor for, and instead we have a lot of...
But his kids won't go to it. His kids will go to the actual college. His kids will go out to make sure that they are the ones that are on top that need those services. He's only proving my point. Thank you, buddy.
People going to university to go study North African lesbian poetry. It might sound good, but it doesn't necessarily, A, either development, the content, the character, or the development of the soul, and B, it does not necessarily also give you the skills necessary. Some college is good for you. I'm a big proponent of Hillsdale College.
Guys, can you please be quiet?
I believe Hillsdale College is America's greatest college, and I'm a big proponent of that. But I would ask a question. In your own words, what do you believe the purpose of college is?
It's critical engagement. But coming back to your point on lesbian poetry or whatever.
North African lesbian poetry.
North African lesbian poetry. So in the morning, I actually had a lecture on development policy. And one of the key...
He had to look back to check in with his boyfriend again. That's so crazy. Who is this guy? What does he know? What dirt does he have on Charlie Kirk? And sorry, I'm applying some stuff to my nose here. So I apologize. Didn't want you guys to have to see that ungodly view. But check this out. He looks back again when he makes his little joke. It's adorable.
Lesbian poetry or whatever.
North African lesbian poetry.
North African lesbian poetry. So in the morning...
He has to look back at him. What? Oh yeah, dude, I got a fucking cut on my nose that is not healing at all. So I don't want people to watch me shove things in my nose. It's just kind of rude. Shouldn't do that on stream. But I forgot to do it before I started stream.
I actually had a lecture on development policy, and one of the key authors on sort of development economics is Nussbaum, who talks about how liberal arts sort of engages you critically. And one could argue, even North African lesbian poetry, I don't think that's a degree, I think that's just a module within a degree.
Maybe.
Yeah. That makes you.
The fact you don't know shows how rotten to the core universities have become.
You're taking one example and telling conservatives and hordes of young people that college is a scam. College isn't a scam. I mean, I took my mum down to a pub just down the road where Watson and Crick announced DNA. College.
I'm applying stuff to my lungs right now, bro. Just so I can lose any conservative that might be watching. Guys, we got to switch to the full game. One, got to check out what's going on with Elon here. Man, you can't see any of that stuff that's drawn on him. He has a goatee. He's got... Man, you can't see any of that. He also has a unibrow. I guess you can see a little bit of it. But anyway, dude, guys, check this out. We went to Yorkton. And anyway, brother, I got some fucking live rosin with diamonds in it. Oh, man. Oh, dude. It'd be hitting, dude. It'd be hitting good. And then my girlfriend actually managed to clean, I was trying to clean it, dude. I could not get this shit out without salt. My girlfriend took it from me after I started recording or uploading some YouTube videos during the weekend. Brother, I have not seen this thing clean. It's just a little one-hitter. But one of my favorite techs, dude, gave it to me before he had an unfortunate turn of events. Wild. It's clean though, bro. Usually it looks like there's heroin in this bitch, dude. Pitch black. It's crazy. All right, sorry. Let's get back to this reaction.
Guys, can we... Okay, wait one second.
If college is a scam, then DNA wouldn't have been discovered. With cancer research...
Yes, hold on a second. Yes, you're right. At this specific university, you guys split the atom. You had Sir Isaac Newton. You had some of the greatest minds of the West. I don't know about what's happening here, and I'm not going to criticize it. But at most colleges in the West, they've gone away from places of inquiry and appreciation of what is good and what is beautiful and into this incessant oppression Olympics of trying to deconstruct the core canon that is our birth certificate. I don't know if that's happening here. It's certainly...
That's not true, though.
In America, it is objectively true, okay?
It's not objectively true. You just make false claims and then, it's fact. You've been wrong about so much.
That isn't true.
No, first of all, they removed Western civilization as a core course in Stanford in the 1990s. They tried to bring it back with petitions, and the university said, no, teaching Western civilization is racist. Shakespeare is not taught at major... let me finish. Shakespeare is not taught at major universities across America because it's...
Good. Shakespeare is gross, dude. He's overrated as fuck.
It's deemed as racist. I talked to some students earlier in the English department, and they said, hey, I'm studying Shakespeare. I said, that's refreshing because in a lot of U.S. schools, they don't teach Shakespeare because he's called racist. You would be surprised at how wretched to the core some of these colleges have become in America.
If you look at the Global Innovation Index, America, which is predominantly a lot of their majors are in humanities and liberal arts, they're number 2 on the Global Innovation Index. China is somewhere near 13. If you look at every metric, Fortune 1000 CEOs, 40% did humanities and liberal arts.
That's crazy. I didn't know any of that. Let's go, dude. Hit him with the power of the fist. Sorry.
Value in liberal arts, yet you're criticizing
it. And I'm going to keep on criticizing it. Also, the vast majority of liberal arts graduates do not respect freedom of speech. That is an empirical poll. They increasingly do not have reverence or gratitude for the United States of America. They don't care about the core values of the U.S. Constitution. If you want to go to...
And now, neither do you. Your guys in office, you don't give a fuck about any of it. So what does it matter? Those in power seek to use their power. They're just all evil. The problem isn't left or right. It's people suck ass. But... when people are in power, we can talk about the actions they take, and the right takes way more worse actions. Holy shit! This guy looks so mad. Like, he looks like the final boss of like a JRPG, dude. Like, he's the one pulling the strings to make people in Japan fight. I swear to God.
College, that's fine. But in our country, 40% of kids that enter college do not graduate. The kids that do graduate, half of them end up getting jobs that do not require any sort of college degree. There are all these made-up degrees. In America, I know it's different than the experience you might be having here. Your tutoring system here is objectively great. I'm glad you guys have it. The class sizes in America are 400 to 500 students, sometimes per introductory course, to go hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt, study things that don't matter, to find jobs that do not exist.
And yet, people that go to college and graduate college typically make more money, even when they go into jobs that don't require the degree. It's crazy. It's wild.
Exist. And so let me just make one final point, is that, of course, some people should be going to college, but generally in the United States of America, it has become a racket of debt, it has become a burden, and a place where we're actually not putting our best and brightest into the job field itself to be equipped for the jobs of the future.
Now, he's probably always saying that because the majority of people that go to college now are women. And he probably doesn't think that women are good at anything because he's an asshole.
Instead,
I'm sorry. He would say women are good at things. They're good at being mothers, caregivers, and taking care of the home. And then he'd say the domain of everything else belongs to men. Because he's a fucking asshole, sexist piece of shit.
We have a lot of baristas at Starbucks with philosophy degrees.
You also mentioned indoctrination. As per the Oxford Dictionary's definition of indoctrination.
Don't do it, buddy. You cannot. Don't do dictionary definitions in a conversation about semantics. Like, come on, bro. That's an auto loss 101. You should never bring up the dictionary definition if you're having a semantic conversation. Don't forget laundry and cooking. You're right. I misstepped. Well, I said taking care of the household, I think. Look, I never remember the shit I say. I'm scared that I'm going to come out here and say some crazy shit. Every time I upload a video from the stream, because I don't rewatch them, I'm like, I hope to God I didn't say anything fucking wild.
It means that you take a belief and you can't critically observe that belief. Turning Point USA has over 30,000 chapters, 3,000 chapters across US universities. So are you arguing that students, including conservatives, lack the critical thinking skills to sort of decide political ideas?
Yeah, they do if they end up in one of his chapters.
Ideologies, political beliefs, that they're so dumbfounded that they can't decide for themselves what's right and what's wrong, and that your whole premise is on the fact that students like us, we lack critical thought in deciding what is taught in schools.
Again, I'm not using Cambridge as the school that I think of, but in America, we have millions of people that go to these massive state schools that have...
Yes, and they end up sucking your dick and joining your chapters and repeating MAGA talking points, where they literally lie nonstop when they talk because you don't deal with facts. You'll get like 5 facts and then build an entire perspective around those facts to like distort those facts and twist them into any unhinged, disgusting way you can. Sorry.
The humanities departments that are not reading the great books, that do not have a tutoring system, that are unfortunately laced with the most anti-Western thought imaginable. I don't really quite following what one thing has to do with the other, why 3,000 chapters has something to do with your indictment. Maybe you can clarify, but I think we're out of time.
You can clarify, but then we'll move on.
In general, colleges should be a place that lift you up to what is good, true, and beautiful. To study the great things that have been, to develop your soul and develop your character.
To develop your soul... Oh my God, bro. This guy is so cringe. How does anyone like this guy? How... They're putting him on a coin, you know. They're talking about making his birthday a holiday.
Greek literally means like tattoo, to etched within you. Far too often, colleges create ungrateful, pessimistic, and nihilistic...
Why are you so angry, dude? Why are you yelling at this poor kid for asking you a question that you should be very equipped to answer? Like, I don't understand.
Develop your character. Character in Greek literally means like tattoo, to etched within you. Far too often, colleges create ungrateful, pessimistic, and nihilistic revolutionaries that want to tear down what was before and instead have no alternative to build the future, and the West is suffering because of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I disagree.
And I love that he got to have that little moment because he was going to speak last. That's why he was so dramatic, because he was proving a point, you know? He's fighting for the rights, you know? Can you drink the... Yeah, dude. Let me go grab that. Hey, somebody sent me a message. Hashtag bereave. I gotta be on with for Steve tonight for sure. LTG. Introduce yourself. Create invite. Edit invite link. Expire to never. No limit. Yeah. Oh shit. Alright, let me actually go to the live dashboard because I'm not even in the chat. Hell yeah. That's open forever, dude. Come on in, dude.
Great, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know this kid talks to him at some point, and I remember this kid did phenomenal. I watched a little clip of him.
Thank you. Our next question is from Archie McIntosh at Jesus College.
Okay, that has to be this guy.
It's good to meet you, Charlie. I hope you can understand first rule. I'm a little nervous. There's a very real chance I could wake up tomorrow, front page of YouTube. Charlie Kirk owns Man Bun Idiot with facts and logic, so...
Destroys.
Facts! And I bet you he did it.
It destroys. Okay, so my question is, I agree that stable monogamous relationships often produce the best outcomes for society, but if that structure really works for everyone, why do we consistently see societies, once they become safer and more prosperous, move away from traditional monogamy? And why do so many marriages still end in divorce, even among people who generally try to make it work? And just one final framing there. If you believe in free markets because they are decentralized and they adapt to reality without top-down control, and given the individual ability to form healthy long-term pair bonds very significantly with factors like genetics and ecologically calibrated attachment styles, why do you reject top-down control in economics, but not extend that same rejection to human behavior in terms of marriage?
Okay, so the first one, the second law of thermodynamics answers your question, is that it's the law of decay. Societies tend to decay against the roots that created them. For example, as a side note, here in this country, you guys invented the idea of free speech. You brought it to the world. You guys do not have free speech in this country anymore. 30 people a day are arrested in the UK for inflammatory social media posts. Someone by the name of Lucy Connolly is currently facing prison time for a Facebook post that was critical of migrants. It is normal, unfortunately, for civilizations to get away from how they once operated and how they once were. Now, to your question, does that answer the first part of your question? You were saying, why do they get away from monogamy? I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
I would say I don't feel that that's a full answer.
Okay, so you're asking why do they get away from what works? Is that correct?
Yes. Well, why do societies make this change once they become more prosperous?
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, because prosperity leads to degeneracy, for sure. That would be the answer. And so once you are prosperous, you tend to no longer have the moral guardrails or the limitations. Let's just say you no longer have delayed gratification because you have instant gratification, because you have a surplus of goods, and then you have a decline of a transcendent moral order. The second part of the question, can you remind me, please, what the second question was? About markets?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, for example, I believe in intervention in markets if there is something that is improper morally. So for example, I do not believe that you should be able to scam your neighbor or have misleading advertising because I believe in a transcendent moral standard, and the same goes for my personal views on marriage.
Okay, so I think we largely agree on the foundation. I'd like to propose something that you might like to think about. So firstly, I absolutely acknowledge that, again, if everyone in society was able to maintain healthy long-term pair bonds, that would be best. Again, there's strong data showing that independent of socioeconomic factors, broken homes are some of the strongest predictors of poor life outcomes.
We totally agree.
Yes. And even, I'm not sure if many people here are aware of this, but if you track, as countries become more socially egalitarian, somewhat surprisingly, rates of female depression and
Hey, it worked.
anxiety also spike disproportionately. So I think one of the problems here is that when you try and impose moral absolutism, inevitably, again, due to variance in attachment issues, due to industrialized culture.
Time for a cigarette. Vape is not cutting it with the vibrator ladder.
Absent parents, screens, raising kids. Around 50% of adults in the West develop attachment disorders, which make it very difficult to maintain long-term pair bonds. And then additionally, you have things like variation in oxytocin receptors, in density and shape, also in vasopressin. There are going to be, even if there's 5% of people who feel that these rules really do not fit them, they will push back. And this will create ideologies that then grow into more wider appealing ideologies, which then, lead to this change. I think this is what happened in the sexual revolution. It started with a push for female autonomy. And then it was almost morphed into a really exaggerated expression of pushing for maximizing individual freedom. And I think that when you try and impose moral absolutism this way, it just inevitably causes pushback. And I think if you were to, as someone with a platform, instead say, hey, monogamy is great, it works best for most people, but I also understand there are some people it doesn't work so well for, more people would hear the message that you want to push.
Okay, thank you for that. That's an interesting, I've actually never gotten that question before. It's very thoughtful. Would you say you're against moral absolutism then?
Yes, I would.
Are you against that absolutely?
Oh my god, dude, he's doing the fucking... Only a Sith deals in absolutes. That's an absolute! Okay.
No, I'm very open to having my mind changed, and...
So it's not an absolute thing?
Well, I'm against moral absolutism.
Are you against moral absolutism absolutely?
No.
Okay, so then you're consistent. So
I think
it's all just kind of... It's preference, not... It's about preference, and you could just basically do whatever you prefer. There is no transcendent moral order.
Well, I think what you're doing, though, is slightly unfairly putting me into a loop, because I'm very open to having my mind changed.
No, that's fine. What I'm saying, though, is that by definitionally, and this is something that will keep on coming back, you must choose what moral standard we live by. I'm very clear as to what moral standard. The lie of the West, of modernity, the last 30 years, is that we're going to have you live and let live, and there will be no moral standard. That itself is a moral standard, and it's a really bad one. And to your point, that yes, it creates more suffering, it creates more despair. And no, I disagree with what you say, and I respect the heart of which you're saying it. I will say that I have a moral obligation, not...
Yeah, Kia was telling me that today, that Romain was going to have a song that comes out. I should check it out, but I don't know if I'm going to do it like live. Kind of want to get through a little more of his music before I start doing like live watches. I think someone also said that Ren might have a song come out this week too.
To accommodate when people fall short, but instead try to lift them up towards the standard that is true and that I know that works.
So where I'd push this is I'd ask you describe people falling short when they fail to engage in long-term monogamy. What do you think causes that? Why do you think some people struggle?
Many reasons. Economic is one of them, but the biggest is the death of religion and the death of Christianity in the West.
Oh my God. Relationships don't work because people like... Okay, dude, religion tells you to love God before your lover. Like, I feel like that's worse for relationships. But okay, whatever.
As America, I'll just talk about America. The UK is unfortunately far less churched than America. But as America has become less churched, so many of these social ills rise.
So one thing I'd say, I studied...
Which is not true, because in the 90s, we had our highest violent crime data ever. We had the highest child abductions. We had the highest child trafficking. Like the 90s, during the 90s, we were almost entirely a Christian country. I think like 90% of Americans, or like lower 80s, were straight up Christians in the 90s. We had violent crimes all throughout the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. Like, when we switched to modernity, we had the lowest crime statistics ever. So he's just wrong.
The evolution of behavior, in particular sexual romantic behavior. If you track all the...
I got you. Oh, no. Nikki, inform me all the time. Like, please do. Please do. And I don't use the... Yeah, me too. Me too.
Different hunter-gatherer cultures that we can study, and if we track how agriculture shapes things, you see that ecological conditions really reliably predict the prevalence of monogamy, certain marriage systems, and what I think is what we refer to as attachment issues. They seem to be an ecological calibration to an environment. In environments that are more unstable, it's less optimal for an individual to grow up with a tendency to rely on long-term pair bonds. And I think there's a mismatch with the modern world, again, coming back to industrialization. There are so many people who raise kids as absent parents. Daycare is massively linked to attachment issues. This then causes people to struggle to bond long-term. And then again, coming back to the genetic part, there's again real research showing that.
What's going on, Media Watch? You made it back. What's going on, brother?
Especially vasopressin mutations and oxytocin mutations, some people really just do not have the proclivity for this.
What brings stability? Because you say stability is a good thing. And what would bring stability?
Cardo, chill.
Stability.
So, first of all, I would say we had what you might consider stability in the previous century, and then it became unstable. And then things...
Why?
I'm saying because moral absolutism was imposed.
Moral absolutism was lost.
No, it was imposed, bro. Like, up until the 90s, late 90s, everything was Christian as fuck. And we still had the highest crime statistics. You missed me, I see. You have the highest crime statistics across the board. He's probably stalking you, Ricardo. Like, nah, dude. Nah.
You see, modernity rose. We started to teach our kids moral relativism, and we got rid of moral absolutes.
And crime stats went down. Kids got better. Less crimes, less runaways, less, sexual assaults, less, across the board. We saw drug use go down. We saw children that were having intimate relationships with people in school go down. Like, we started curing these things because they were no longer forced to, rebel against their parents in the same way that everyone else had to, in the 70s and 80s and early 90s.
So it's the opposite.
So why was it lost? Was it lost because people stopped pushing from top
bringing
down?
this question to a close.
Why was it lost? That's a question for far smarter minds. I can only tell you that it was. In America, it's honestly one of the worst decisions, not just worst ideas ever, which is modern feminism. Largely.
Oh my God. Don't make me defend feminism, please. I really don't want to do that. I spent most of my adulthood attacking feminists. Well, fourth wave, third wave feminism. From the Anita Sarkeesians to the Brianna Woos. False. Inappropriate relationships increased between 2022 and 2025. Yes, there was an increase from the numbers, but they are still lower than the 90s. We are going through an increase now, but the numbers are still objectively smaller than the numbers of things that happened in the early 90s. We're seeing an increase from 2019, which were the all-time lowest that we had. And a lot of these things got even lower during 2020 because COVID and stuff. No, we are seeing an increase now, but the increase is still not bigger than the peak of it, which was the early 90s. I went through and Googled all this shit on Saturday because I plan on having this conversation about something else, and it's cool that it's just popping up.
From
Also, me and my girlfriend were having a debate from Friday night where I was trying to say that women have lost their minds on a few topics, and so we had to pull up the statistics to because I said what I was saying, and then she was like, well, actually, it's increased since 2020. But it's like, yeah, but we're also... Is mayonnaise an instrument? What's up, Ty?
Betty Friedan's feminist mystique, which acted as if every woman who's in a monogamous marriage in the States is in some sort of tyrannical environment. And it has led to
lot of the women were in tyrannical environments. It's always good, bro. Bro, I ate 200 milligrams last night of some gummy worms that put me on my ass. Which is crazy because I used to pound 2,000 milligrams like it was nothing. Canadian weed don't fuck around, bro. Like, what the fuck?
The women of the West being the most miserable, most depressed, most suicidal, most prescription drug addicted cohort on the planet. And I think...
I mean, it makes sense though, right? Like, women were stuck in marriages. They couldn't leave. They were tied financially to their husband. Like, yeah. And some of these men were assholes, abusers, and we can all openly admit that a lot of men suck ass. I can openly admit that a lot of women suck ass. Like women having the freedom to like opt out of these things kind of are a good thing.
I think we need to appropriately challenge feminism and tell young women that it's okay. In fact, it's courageous to get married and have children again. I think it would solve a lot of our...
There's nothing wrong with getting married and having kids. Feminism is not telling women not to do that. They're telling women they can choose not to. Back up the vibrator of death, so AFK. Be safe! And by vibrator, she means ladder.
Our problems.
Well, I've been told to...
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next question is from Tilly Middlehurst at Fitzwilliam.
All right, I watched her conversation with that Rationality Thinks or whatever, guys. I only saw a few clips, but this should be good.
College.
So I'm a feminist.
She is pretty. I'll give her that.
So I'm a feminist. My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
My God, man. The fucking... What a stupid fucking question. Should look like a kitchen. I disagree, my friend. A woman should be able to pick and choose which direction she wants to go in life. If she wants to have a traditional marriage, she can do that. If she wants to go work in a business and try to climb the corporate ladder, she can do that. I'm for freedom, my friend.
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say...
But you asked her a question, so she has to answer. And she used his talking point, an adult human female, because that's what everyone says. But then, like, the next question is, what is a female? And they'll be like, a woman. And it's like, okay, now we're in a circular fucking definition that goes nowhere. Nice.
You're a member of a tribe, and that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become...
When she wants a pickle jar open, she's stuck. That's not true. Women can open pickle jars without men. There are ways to do that. And some women are stronger than men did. Like, there are some women out there that could beat my ass, dog. Like...
become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't...
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So
yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. We're talking about two different things. There's biology and then gender. Like, or your gender expression.
So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay. So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So
I will agree that third wave biology and imaginary. I don't agree with that one, buddy. I agree that like a trans person is probably born. If someone is transitioned into a woman, they were born biologically male. That's why we call it a transition. Now, I will make trans people mad all day with this one, but I don't really care because my idea isn't to like have that conversation with them because I just don't really give a shit. But at the end of the day, yes, they are born biologically male, and then they transition into a woman. Their biology stays the same, but their gender identity changes. And so how we treat them in society should also change just off of a form of respect and treat someone how you want to be treated. It's not an attack on truth, because we can understand gender and biology as two separate different things, because all of these things are man-made up, including biology. Man-made up? That's not... Man-made up? That's not even a fucking sentence word. What word? Will? Jesus Christ, dude. Those edibles kicked the shit out of me last night. Facts of not an attack. Well, I mean, you can talk about a biological fact, but then we're also talking about the gender identity, which you would be denying their factual identity because it's a self-imposed thing.
Men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt, right? So are we understanding that there are patterns of power? So I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. Because you're supposed to. And I was saying, I will agree that third wave feminism was kind of grody. And like I spent a majority of my young adult life fighting against it, getting called every slur under the sun. You know what's crazy though? I never ran into the arms of the MAGA movement, despite the fact that many of my brothers that joined Gamergate did. I was against the cancel culture. I was an anti-SJW. I made all of the same content. I argued with all the same people. I laughed at Elevator Gate. I laughed at Nita Sarkeesian. I was pro Gamergate. And yet I didn't jump into the loving arms of social constructs are human made, but in use, not imaginary, they have uses. Well, yeah. Yeah, but everything is human made too. Like our understanding of biology is human made. Now it's based off of science. Names never bothered me. Yeah, I mean, I respect it. I'm just saying, brother. I'm just saying. Calling people what they want to be called is, like, call me lady, dude. That's cool. Now, my problem arises when people, like, pick and pull. Literally everything is a construct. Yeah. Like, when people pick and pull, like, today I'm going to be non-binary, today I'm going to be a woman, tomorrow I'll be a man, or I'm going to be a woman with a giant beard. That's when I'm like, all right, well, you're clearly not following, like, the aesthetics of, like, presenting as a female, so I don't know if I'm going to call you a female. Like, okay, at that point, you're playing around with stuff and acting weird as shit. That has, like, if you want to be a man, like, you're a man that was born as a man and you want to be a woman and you go through all the work to become a woman, I will call you a woman. But if you're a man just wearing a dress, walking around looking no different, I'm just going to avoid conversation with you. So we don't have to worry about what I have to call you. Like...
You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because...
Well, that's easy to state why. Women are no longer being cared for. They've agreed. Today I'm a man, tomorrow I'm Ricardo. I get that. Well, look at that. You're like the one throwing a little shade now, bro. It's all good in love and war, I guess. I generally call people their names. Yeah. Or I say dude, which I've been yelled at for that. Like, what's up, dude? Did you assume my gender? I go, chill, bitch. And like, are you assuming my gender now? I'm like, bro, to me, bitch and dude are like unisex. You're going to have to get used to that. Got to keep him on his toes.
Not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear...
Yes, what a good argument. Because now that women are capable of stating opinions that are their own, and they're now being opting into working in the workforce, sometimes by force, by having a kid very young and needing additional resources, but then they decide to let a preschool or a daycare raise their kids while they have to go work. Yeah, that's going to have a negative impact both on the kids, and pulling them on from the formative years of a child is probably dangerous. Some of that is born out of need because our rising costs have gone up, and people like Charlie Kirk defend those at the top, so it doesn't really matter. More importantly, having to work and then come home and clean because most husbands are fucking fat, lazy bastards that aren't willing to do anything around the house, has this issue. They're going to, of course, they go work an 8 to 9 hour shift and then come home and then cook for their husband. Yeah, they're going to be more unhappy because before they used to just have to clean and then cook. Brother.
Hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah. That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny.
What a condescending retort that doesn't address anything she just said. Cool.
So, no, hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
Because they're more unhappy. Because now they're working and doing the same responsibilities as before. And assholes like you get to go on TV and berate women and tell them to get back in the kitchen.
I think that
They're not
encourages...
complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up. And we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control. And all of a sudden, women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question.
What a superficial approach to the conversation. Okay, if you think all of this is true, why don't we dive into the data? Why don't you dive deeper into each one of these things? And why is there what is it, a correlation, or whatever, causation doesn't cause correlation or whatever, the fucking quote is, just because a thing has happened, it doesn't mean that it's solely responsible for everything that's going on. You can't just point at a single time and be like, these issues didn't exist back then. Everyone was happier back then, bro. Back then, people told us what to think. Almost everybody believed in the same fucking book. Everyone was of the same religion. People didn't have, any diversity of thought. Everyone just agreed with one another and they hated anything that was different. Nah, bro. Well, this is... I got close to the window. All those kids are walking back.
Question, why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it. And
feminists do that. Some individual feminists don't, but the movement as a whole is about choice.
we should say it means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion.
Oh, he looks mad as fuck, bro. She was prepared. He didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. Hell yeah.
you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognise that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth.
Income equality in the U.S. is 100% bullshit. Nah, fam. Nah. I love you, buddy, but nah.
Monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritise social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it, do you agree that the happiest women in the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain
and objectively we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Tearing down.
That's not true. Sometimes BLS would agree with it. I don't know who BLS is, to be honest with you, buddy. Are you talking about Black Label Society, bro?
Statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of.
Again, it's like, it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful.
You deal only in one-liners, bro.
The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time.
Yeah, but some of these women were just in college early on in their life, and then later they would go burn down, like tear down a statue, like while they're doing a college protest or a form of activism, and then like 5 years later they meet a guy, fall in love, and then they, you know, report to being happy. Like, what the oh, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. All right. Well, let's just do it then. We'll just use AI because it's way easier than to actually find all the shit. All right. What was it? Income equality in the U.S. The BLS's median, usually weekly earnings of full-time wage salary series shows distinct gaps by race, ethnicity, and sex. My family of immigrants are successful because of the women in the damn women of the women in the damn men. All the men in the family have done nothing not right of the hard work and sacrifices of the women. I can agree with that. So here it says the usual earnings, full-time wages and salary work shows distinct gaps by race, ethnicity, and sex. For instance, in the second quarter of 2025, the median weekly earnings, not seasonally adjusted for full-time workers, was 1,196, broken down as 1,330 for men and 1,780. And then we can go right here into the Bureau. Hispanic lost. So men are more successful. White men, Asian men fucking destroyed, dude. Hell yeah. Toxic masculinity. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, across the board, women are doing less, which is crazy because more and more women are going to college. More and more women are getting better marks in school. Now, I also understand that the reason why is typically men are willing to work overtime. I know the counterfactual. I know the counter argument. But we still see a difference in the median income. All right, well, whatever. By race and ethnic group is the same quarter. White workers, median is 1,225. Black African American is 991. Asian workers is 1,553. Hispanic and Latinos are 947. Yeah, these differences do not account for variation in occupation, education, experience, or hours worked. They are the medians. The BLS also publishes quartiles and deciles of usual working earnings to show the spread from lower to higher earners. In its research, the CEE survey BLS explores inequality, not just earnings, but in income definitions, money income, disposable income, and earner income. One finding shifting from raw money into disposable income after taxes and transfers tend to reduce measured inequality, lower as Gini coefficients by some margin. It doesn't sound like it's bullshit, man. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one, buddy.
Of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note,
I would propose comparing by job or industry. Well, yeah, sure. You can have a problem with the way that the study is done, or however they do the math, but bro, we know that certain people within our societies are paid less. They go to worse schools. They get worse educations. They get worse jobs. We just know that. Like, it's okay. We can rectify that. That's not to say we need to start cutting them checks or giving them extra money. We need to find ways to lift those communities up in ways that, like, you know, maybe we can give them better schooling. Topless female dancers make more than topless male dancers. Okay, but that doesn't change the vast majority of income inequality that exists, not just based off of sex, but also race.
you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making.
Oh, yes! Oh, please use his own argument against him. It's my favorite thing in the world to see people use an argument that they love against them. It's so good. I hate it when it's done to me, though, because then I feel how annoying my arguments can be sometimes.
So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also, self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology.
Yeah, it is. Self-reported studies mean absolutely nothing. And it's not like he even gives a fuck about the opinion of women, because he doesn't think they should be able to voice their opinion.
It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable. But so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure...
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, but hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here, because the women of sub-Saharan Africa...
Oh, he's going for his clip that he wants to put on the internet. Let's go.
Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and...
Interesting observation. College-educated female reading notes, non-college educated male with knowledge. Wait, hold on. Interesting observation. College-educated female reading notes, non-college educated white male with knowledge. This man doesn't have knowledge. And two, there's nothing wrong with using notes in a debate. The majority of females I've encountered in my life run circles around me. It's embarrassing sometimes. Yo, bro. I've been a technician, okay? I've worked on cars for like the last 10 years. My girlfriend is better with the power tools in this house than I am. Look, no, hold on. We'll just do this. We'll switch to full cam. All right. I hung this one after she hung these two. Is that your defense? Come on. She hung these two. The spacing was perfect. The angles were perfect. I hung this one. And it's not even like I fucked that one up. I went last, bro. How the fuck? How the fuck? Nah. Is that your defense? Come on. What do you mean is that my defense, bro? What? We've always allowed debates. Like, he's using rhetoric. He's not using facts. He's not even looking anything up. He's just, one, a politically trained person. This guy isn't just an average guy. This guy has been trained to say these things, and he's repeated these lines hundreds of times. He's just running down a dialogue tree. You don't need notes for a dialogue tree, and you're not having a conversation when you're just running down a dialogue tree. This young lady is reading stats and statistics and information off. Like, what he's saying isn't knowledge. This is just the same thing that people like Hassan do. He's just running down his, like, pre-built path, and she's walking him to each point that she wants him to get to. It's actually hilarious. He's falling into every trap.
Here. Because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine and they have kids. And maybe
no, there's a difference here, because some of these people don't have the freedom to be unhappy. Like, what? Like, this ideology that women shouldn't be able to be an autonomous, like have autonomy whatsoever, and they need to be subservient to men, is fucking insane. And there's no rational argument for it whatsoever. They use their religion as like the fucking vector of attack to say that women need to get back in the kitchen. I wish Kamala Harris would have won. I swear to God, dude, it'd have been the greatest. I hope to God we finally get a female president. And I hope it's a Republican one. I hope they run a female fucking Republican one of these days. And I have to watch every fucking magtard. I don't believe women should be servants. I'm not saying all Republicans. But you want her back in the kitchen. Didn't you say that yourself? Isn't that, like, definitionally a servant? You want her to cook your food and... I mean, is she allowed to voice opinions? But she can voice them from the kitchen. That's a servant, dude. Kings used to have that. They'd bring them supper. But I cook. So what does she do in the kitchen? Just stand there and watch you cook?
there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without reading your phone and just, like, you know, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without it.
No, I'm a better cook. I'm a male. I feel like that's a subjective statement, sir. You would have to, like, but what's your data source? What study have you done? How many people have you sampled? Like, if you want it to be an objective fact, it has to be true across the board. How many people have you've taken food to, and they all, like, do you take a poll after every time everyone eats, or is this your opinion?
Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
We actually
we
have
agree on
agreement.
many things.
And we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad.
This guy is unhinged back here.
And if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on. So hold on a second. Hold on. Can you show me a single... Show me, what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president.
That you guys called a DEI hire, said she was unqualified for the position, and that people on January 6th put pipe bombs next to. Yeah, we treat her fine. People say that she rose to the top by sucking dick. We treat her just fine. You're right.
We had a female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Do women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay.
Going up and down the tree like a horny ex-wife. Yep. Yes, he is. She's white dog walking him. I'm 5 minutes late for mod. Have a great day, bro. Always stand your ground. Hey, man, if you mod for Tim Pool, he ever wants some big fat guy to make fun of, bring me on, bro. He can rip me apart. He's got a better rhetoric than I do. I'll be his punching bag. Have a good day, media.
And earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Do women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not. So, again, we were just talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear, because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note, like, again, this is very important, which is...
She did not like that he used her point to make fun of Islam. Lady, you just gotta own it at that point. Islam is the worst religion of the religions. But all religions are bad, so it's okay.
I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason, because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and
holy fuck.
Pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London, and they're miserable. And we should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah, okay, I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right? Which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness,
just use satisfaction surveys. You just told me they're BS.
So
yeah, that's why she's using your argument against you. Like, what the fuck? You're saying that they're not, and she's saying that they're more happy somewhere else with more freedom.
Are satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me they're bullshit.
Do you acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're objective? We can use that as data?
I don't think that
yes or no?
It is the only sole data set, but it is.
Yes or no? Oh, I love it. Yes or no? Complicated question. Yes or no answers only.
You just used it. You told me they're so flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that, because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future. It's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get...
Do I start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to biological. So, for example...
Don't further code switching bullshit. My apologies.
My anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted,
I've already answered
extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then you have to...
Hello, Tracy!
...import the third world, and you become the third world. It's bad.
I disagree, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And the final question that we've got time for today is from Sammy McDonald from St. John's College.
Let's go, Sammy!
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted a lot of your life to electing, keeping in power Donald Trump, and you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment? Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal his failed sons are receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
Hell yeah, dude! Look at this guy, he's cooking! The whole idea is that women are being tied of what to do. This guy purchased by... Yeah, dude, this guy is I love this guy. I want to give him like the warmest cuddle a man has ever gotten, and I don't regret that decision whatsoever. My girl did really good before him, but this dude came out fucking swinging.
You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
He's like, fuck, what do I do now? Fuck, dude.
No.
No, okay.
Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance and can answer. Because it's all the culture wars for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is bread.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit. Pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can...
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them armaments.
Going well, isn't
He's negotiating a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Okay. Okay, how's that going?
I think you can...
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them armaments.
Going well, isn't it?
It's going well. Can you not interrupt me?
Well.
I allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
Yeah, I haven't interrupted a single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal.
What a sensitive bitch. What a sensitive bitch. Crazy. All right.
Person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war. Number two.
Just the idea of women not being free to do whatever the fuck they want is fucking archaic. Yeah, dude. Women should be able to do whatever the fuck they want. If women want to live a life where they go out and shit out 20 kids and they get to raise like an entire little village of people, they can do that. If a woman wants to never have a kid and go get a career, they can do that. If a woman wants to chop her tits off and become a man, they can do that. Like, let women do whatever the fuck they want. It's not complicated, man.
Two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran and has stopped many other international...
Yeah, when he put a bomb in Iran's ass. Yeah, dude. Yeah, okay.
National countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No, that's important.
Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, that's important.
Why would we listen to Trump over the people that were of the country that said he had nothing to do with it?
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
Let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up, is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
Well, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure.
Not a success?
Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations.
Not my shining moments? Yeah, dude, me too. Like, a lot of my homies have said some crazy shit over the years. I remember I was talking to this one girl. We was getting somewhat romantical. We were like 18. And then she was like, you know, I'm for segregation. I was like, what? She's like, marital segregation. Blacks should be with blacks, whites should be with whites, and Mexicans should be with Mexicans. And I was like, bitch, you're Mexican. Why are you over here flirting with me and the other homies tonight? We're all white dudes. Like, what are you doing? I don't how You're not for this, or else you wouldn't be over here. What if I knock you the fuck up while we having sex? And now we got to get married. Now you got to go against your belief, because you never really believed it to begin with. Like, okay, sure, all right.
And it's a lot better than when your Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential Russian peace deal, which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era.
They were invaded, and you want to stop funding them.
Trump believes in conversation and police through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India-Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly, he is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally, it is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done, that will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia.
I love this kid, dude. Oh, please tell me he's got a YouTube channel. I feel like I disagree with him on a lot of shit. Sensitive thugs. They all need hugs.
Ukraine. But do you really think leverage negotiations work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office? Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia? Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected, or help elect, somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can...
It's not a good thing unless anything comes of fruition. Like, you don't get credit for just talking to somebody. Like, holy fuck, this guy lives in a podcast world brain. Like, what the fuck?
Sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and the US government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which was an active kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the interior of Russia. So President Trump has already ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days into this. And I believe, we do not know.
He's just lying about everything. This is crazy.
At this point, we are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that, because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
Can we just talk about 100 billion's worth of weapons? Because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar. And I noticed you ignored the fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliner, 737, $100 billion. We've heard of Qatar Airways. They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts. But I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
Let's talk about Qatar for a second.
Okay, fine.
Because you mentioned Qatar. You've been talking a lot about Hamas and the evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palace State. Well,
I love that he just does a little hop, dude, because he knows that like he's got to have to dodge this question, because Qatar is the #1 funder of Hamas and the Houthis.
Who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palace State. Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds.
No. Where are the Hamas leaders?
And also Qatar funds Hamas. It is a combination of international relief organizations.
Is this a state we should have a $400 million jet with the President of the United States on it?
Hold on. First of all, it was not given to him personally. I understand the optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the U.S. government. And
then he's going to send it to the Trump Museum when he leaves office. So then it's personally going to go to him, because then it becomes his personal property. or the property of the museum that he's going to own. Okay. All right.
Under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him personally and not a violation of the.
Why is he trying to transfer it to his personal library? He is.
Actually. Okay, again, he sent out a statement. This is way too in the weeds. If you want to keep on going we can.
It's way too in the weeds. Oh, he's running from it because he knows he's got. Remember, when he knows the answer to something, he wants to dive into the weeds. He wants to fucking pick you apart until you have to answer. But as soon as you do it to him, well, we don't have to get it. It's into the weeds. I think Destiny calls this the lazy gardener.
And
it's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral principle, then, can you acknowledge, though, that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time?
Oh, and then pivot back to the other bullshit that he's openly lying about. Let's go! It's full send!
Than any president we've seen, while our prior president did not even know.
Ooh, let's talk about Biden some more, who's not even fucking running or anything. That's crazy.
What year he got elected? You understand the contrast here?
What aboutism again? I'm not a defender of Biden.
I'm not saying President Trump is far better than the predecessor.
You have to defend the person you spent millions to
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do, is
brings down the price of oil, who is revitalizing the American economy, who's brokering peace.
Gas prices are higher. War is breaking out. We're on the verge of a world war. Fucking Russia has literally attacked NATO allies. Brother! Oh, you're such a piece of shit.
Who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time. I will defend that endlessly.
You are living in a fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard to engage with.
But then disprove it.
Let's check on how Trump is doing in terms.
He's got more side steps than Britney Spears in her prime. Exactly, dude.
Of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump Gaza to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war? Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's interest?
Well, first of all, you should know something about Trump. There's something, if you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the social media user and uses hyperbolic language at times.
Oh,
but let me ask you, in the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
Israel is probably the good guy, or they were. But depending on how the war unfolds, that can change, dipshit. Just because Hamas struck first and did really terrible shit doesn't mean that Israel can do whatever it wants. We have rules of engagement. We have laws around war.
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil. But I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children in a futile. There is no justification, Mr. Kirk, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West's security.
You've made that point, but
it's not a point; it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage.
Oh, he's going for his little sound bite so he can make a video. 1,300 people dying is a tragedy. And look, I am an Israel simp. Like, I defend Israel's right to self-defense. That doesn't mean that every action they take is going to be justified. And if they go too far and they've done too many terrible shit, of course people are going to turn on them for the war effort. And when that happens, they'll be the bad guys. Because unfortunately, everyone else is going to dictate how the war was. Like people that surround it, that push the narrative, that are convincing people every day. At the end of the day, it's going to probably look like Israel were the bad guys, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Let me finish, I let you talk. Israel, at its holiest day of the calendar year besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samat Torah.
Oh my God, dude. He's just He's putting on a fucking act, man. This like fake moral outrage. Like, okay.
1,500 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Let me finish, I let you talk. Israel, at its holiest day of the calendar year...
I can see the bullet in his throat right now. I'm fucking joking, bro. Bro.
Besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samat Torah, the 50-year anniversary of the Six-Day War. On Shabbat, Hamas invaded Israel, deciding to go recklessly to music concerts, to homes, to kibbutzes, and taking 200 plus hostages. They knew what they were doing. In one of the most cloistered urban environments on the planet, 2 million people live in a place where it's impossible to wage war. Impossible. Where they wear civilian clothing, they violate every tenet of the Geneva Convention, and the IDF, when they do something right, they get no credit. When they do life-saving surgeries of a Gazan child, they get no credit. When they drop leaflets, they get no credit. But when they happen to bomb a place where they are operating their military from, which we now know from third-party verified sources, hundreds of Hamas...
See how he talks when he knows the facts? You know what I'm saying? Like, when he knows the information, he loves to get into the weeds. You know what I mean? Everything he said right there is pretty true.
Military operations are in mosques, schools, and hospitals. I'm sorry, the country where they were living in relative peace on October 6th, that all of a sudden we had a war, and Hamas started the war. And I don't see people that were really upset about the 2 million Germans that were killed in World War II, civilians. A tragic truth of war is that civilians die. I don't like it, and you don't like it. And they brought it upon themselves. The only operation and entity to blame is the leadership of Hamas, not the Israeli government.
Well, that's not true. They might have brought it on themselves, but how Israel operates itself and handles itself during its war effort is up to Israel. Like, you don't get to just put the blame all on one people.
For fighting this defensive war after they were invaded.
I'm no defender of the terrible pogrom that was launched against Jews on that day. But the justification for the death of innocents cannot be an infinite cycle of bloodlust. It cannot be killing tens of thousands of innocent civilians with a war with no end in sight, people who are not complicit in those atrocities.
Yes, good job, kid. Bring it back, dog. Don't defend Hamas. Don't Hassan Piker this shit.
Civilians with a war with no end in sight, people who are not complicit in those atrocities. It cannot be bombing hospitals which children use. It cannot be bombing hospitals in which cancer patients are dying and starving in there. The deaths that have been inflicted, nobody knows the true toll, but somewhere between 50 and 100,000 people lie dead under the rubble. And what is left for Gaza except for to continue to suffer under Hamas? Because it turns out Netanyahu's political strategy has not worked. It has entrenched Hamas within the territories. To be a Christian, I would have thought, Mr. Kirk, would never have involved suggesting that the price for an atrocity must be an infinite cycle of bloodlust, that innocent people and the young population...
All right, he's making a moral argument, but he's using his religion against him, so fuck with it.
Must be killed to avenge some kind of providential quest. How can you call yourself a Christian? Well, you just did.
I want to make sure we get our moral clarity straight before we proceed. No one likes what's happening in Gaza. No one with a heart or a soul or a mind likes when kids die. But you must understand who started the conflict so that you could end it correctly. And until Hamas brokers an unconditional surrender, of which they are unwilling to do, they could release the hostages and drop their weapons and their lives would be spared. Instead, they are using children of Gaza as cannon fodder, financed by the Iranian mullahs and dragging the entire world into this conflict. So I don't even know what we're debating at this point other than I believe that Israel, I believe the facts, Israel was unconditionally attacked on October 7th. They're responding in kind. And I would just ask you a very simple moral question. How should Israel have responded?
Not with the blanket carpet bombing of the city, not with bombing hospitals. Of course, some kind of military operation might have been necessary, but not murder on...
Not might, it would have been necessary.
...this scale. There is no justification for what is happening with the enormous death toll that is being produced. I really cannot see how you come here and you have the gall to lecture us on Christian morality and then sit here and justify the murder of thousands of civilians. And is it working, Mr. Cook? Is Hamas dismantled?
I've never said that.
You just did.
Well, no.
This is your whole
in war, these are called casualties of a war.
We're going to need to stop bringing this
again.
To close.
I'm not going to justify every military maneuver of a 100,000 person army Instead, what I will do is I'll be clear that there is a good guy and there is a bad guy. I honestly...
Isn't that the morality of a child?
I mean, collective punishment is bad, yeah. They don't like it when it's done to white people, right?
Well, instead, well, hold on. It's interesting you say that, because a child who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
I will be glad.
As a child who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
Nice ad hom without actually answering his question, dipshit.
I will be glad that I will not have been somebody who has defended the genocide of the Palestinian people. And I think you will have to reckon one day that you have reckoned with...
Interesting. I want to close on this. So can you tell me what African countries currently ongoing a civil war?
Believe it or not, I know...
Oh, come on. So is a 3,000 yo fuck you flight over a Sky Daddy? So there's that.
about Sudan.
Okay, good.
I'm not an idiot.
How about what Southeast Asian country has an ethnic cleansing going on right now?
Myanmar.
Good. And you have strong opinions on both sides?
Unlike you, I take an effort to be informed about foreign policy and to come to conclusions. You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you've supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder, and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference...
I think you will have to reckon with that.
The difference
Mr. Kirk.
is when...
He's so mad right now.
The difference is when we get our way, we'll still have a country, and your country will be a third world hellhole. Next question.
Thank you. That's all we've got time for today. Mr. Kirk has another engagement, so we're going to walk out of the chamber.
Questions with the students or no? I'm fine with it if you want. I don't care.
No, I think this is all we've got time for today.
You guys are easy.
He's so mad, dude.
Okay, we'll take a couple more. Does anyone have any questions?
Who's the best?
Over there.
Hell yeah!
Marvelous. Thank you. A very, very short question. Israel versus Hamas. Good guy versus bad guy. Russia versus Ukraine.
What a simplest logic that is, too.
Who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
Both are bad, one is worse.
Oh, so it doesn't follow the paradigm here, which is weird because Russia just invaded Ukraine. Whoa, where's all that self-defense posturing you were doing, buddy?
Or which way round?
Russia is worse than Ukraine.
Okay, so why haven't we pursued that?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that in the whole of the current US proposition, that Ukraine is being the bad guy.
In what way? We funded Ukraine upwards to $200 billion.
Yeah, but we also slapped Zelensky in the face and said, "Did you say thank you?" And humiliated him on a world stage while our constituents and the people that are MAGA scream that we needed to have him kicked out of as like a leader of his own country. What the fuck?
Absolutely. But
we just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, not Russia.
Yeah, but you are expecting Ukraine to give up 20% of its territory to someone who invaded it.
Well, is Crimea part of Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
That's where we don't agree.
Well, I'm afraid that's
It was part of Ukraine when Russia invaded it.
Part of international treaty. That's not up for grabs.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, that's hold on.
Oh, you should have just got off the stage, dipshit. Oh, this is glorious. Dude, I love this old guy. Thank God. More Americans should go over here and let these people rip them apart.
Hold on. Even Zelensky has said he's willing to give up Ukraine.
No. America signed the agreement that gave Ukraine Crimea.
Right.
When the Soviet Union ended.
Right. It was done. First of all, it never should have been done. It was largely ceremonial.
We don't talk about that treaty. Because I say that one wrong all the time. I say Versailles.
But however, it was annexed under Obama. Yes, and it was a mistake, and it should be given back to Russia as a
oh, that's so crazy.
Line of good gesture to end this conflict. Okay. But who's currently controlling Crimea? Where was the Russian Navy headquartered in World War II? Where was the end of?
None of that matters. Oh my God! So he's just justifying the invasion. Got it.
World War II. Son, this is very.
I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that if we're being logical on what has happened, that you are now arguing against that flow, and I don't understand it. Because actually, why is Ukraine the bad guy?
No, I said they're bad. They're not the bad guy.
Yeah, well, you said they were both bad, but one was more bad.
Correct. Yes.
So why is Ukraine bad?
Well, there's a lot wrong with Ukraine. First of all, they're not a democracy. Zelensky refuses to hold an election.
Oh my God, it's written into his constitution that he can't until the war is over. Come on, bro.
Well, no, he can't hold an election.
Oh, wait, did Churchill hold an election during the war?
Oh my God.
It's under his constitution.
Hold on, Lincoln held election during the war. That's not.
These are different constitutions in different countries with different laws. You absolute fucking ape. I'm so glad Charlie Kirk is white so I can say that.
Wait, did Churchill hold an election during the war?
Because under his constitution...
Hold on, Lincoln held election during the war. That's not true. He can call an election. He can call a snap election. He's full dictator of the country.
No.
Because he knows that the people of Ukraine would kick him out immediately because he's deeply unpopular. In fact, if he wanted to show a statement to the world, he would call an election and win by 80% and say, see, I'm super popular. So that's number one.
What the fuck? Okay.
I have a problem with that. I have a problem with a person being propped up as a government we're sending $200 billion to that refuses even to face his voters.
Okay, I can't agree with you factually on that at all. Okay. I mean, constitutionally, Ukraine is not able to hold an election because it's under military law at the moment, and that's just a matter of fact.
Again.
Plus, Ukrainian citizens are spread all over the fucking place because of the war. Yeah, dude, there's a fuck ton of them here in Canada. It's fucking crazy, bro.
He can, as a prime minister or president, he can do whatever he wants.
He can't.
Okay, all right, we're going to just go back and
sign an executive order and change their constitution. Okay. Neither can the American president either. So hopefully there's a bit of.
He could even do a ceremonial election to see where he actually stands with the people.
I think we call those opinion polls.
Yes, and they're very negative.
Firmly ahead in the opinion.
Again, but you would agree that a person that holds on to power without the election of the sovereign is pretty questionable.
No, not in those circumstances.
Okay, then we disagree.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But give me another reason why
They are the most corrupt country in Europe that never even met the most remote standards.
Oh my God, that was when the fucking Russian puppet was in there and they did their Hero Maidan or whatever, dude. That was to throw out the corrupt leader that was capitulating to Russia. They took care of that and then held an election and put Zelensky in. Oh, someone shoot me in the face.
Of joining NATO. Do you not know where a lot of this money is going?
I don't disagree that...
We're giving them weapons, dipshit.
There is a problem with corruption, but the most corrupt country in Europe, are you sure about that?
I'd have to think, I'd have to double or triple think
They were in like 2016.
About that, but they're very corrupt.
Okay, so that's a little bit doubtful. It's not absolute.
Well, I mean,
there's plenty of corruption around. I mean, let's face it, we are talking about comparison with some of the states you're doing business with in the Gulf.
Oh, of course, but we're not giving them money; they're giving us money. That's the difference, right? Saudi Arabia.
Oh, so it's fine.
Well, hold on a second.
It's morally acceptable to take money from corrupt people.
Well, hold on. First of all, as far as morally acceptable, you do what's best in the benefit of your country. And so, for example, we were allied with Russia during the Second World War, and I'm glad we were. And I would ask you,
don't forget,
how much money is too much money to send to Ukraine? We're at $200 billion right now.
I don't think you have to send any more money to Ukraine.
We agree.
I think you have to agree to support them as a free country and perhaps sell them weapons, like you're very happy to sell weapons to less free countries. And I think Europe will pick up the slack, as we ought to. And I don't disagree with some of the comments about Europe not looking after its own security. I just don't get this approach, which was supposedly to end the war quickly, which now seems to be elongating it. And in doing so, it's throwing up a smokescreen of very variable facts, if they are facts at all, about how things occurred, which actually isn't helping things. And if people can't see that Putin is stalling, I'm just...
I agree with you. I think he might be stalling.
And therefore, and I think even your president has acknowledged the fact that he thinks he might be stalling.
That's correct. So we don't have a disagreement there.
No, we don't. No,
we just have a disagreement about the efficacy of tactics, and we don't know. And I'm willing to say we could be wrong.
No. Oh well.
Of course, you could be wrong in life.
Yeah.
I mean,
no. I mean, we could all be wrong, but actually bringing that war to an end consistently actually isn't going very well. And I would just suggest to you that whatever tactics have been used are perhaps not the best, and they are certainly inconsistent with what's going on in the Middle East and how America has been treating parties in the Middle East. But I've had enough of your time.
Fair. No, that's a fair contention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Can everyone please stay in their seats, please, while we walk out? Thank you.
Yeah, they stopped the oh my god, dude. Alright guys, I think I want to grab lunch real quick in the stream. This way I don't have to crop and edit a bunch of videos, and then I will be back after lunch and we will do my reaction to my first Ren video. My first Ren, whatever. Someone paid us to do that over on Buy Me a Coffee. Through winter even. True, dude. True. So I'll be back here in a minute, and then give me about 20-30 minutes and I'll be back, boys. And if I don't see you in the second stream, fucking love, bro. Till later, can't wait. Oh god, dude, I can't watch my own stuff, so I'm gonna cringe out. This is gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough.